All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 131. As always, I want to, not sure what's on my hat here, I want to thank everybody for waiting patiently and, giving me, as always, a couple minutes to get things sorted at the last moment, getting my coffee, just taking care of everything I have to take care of. And it's always really cool to see so many people just kind of hanging out in the chat, talking to one another. Just kind of, I kind of peek into the chat a little bit while I'm trying to get my stuff done. But yeah, thank you for, well, you know what, actually, I don't just want to thank everybody for being here for the podcast today. I want to take a moment to also thank everybody for the just incredible amount of support that you've all been showing me this past week. Did a lot of streams, had a lot of different things going on, and I've been trying to keep my keep the content flowing, and you guys have just continued to show your support. So seriously, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. But with that being said, a couple things here. Well, first off, we have PlayStation Pete with the $2 super chat saying, playing Gotham Knights, graphics could be better. 7. Yeah, maybe we'll talk a little bit about Gotham Knights. I mean, the truth is we do have a lot to discuss over the course of this episode. But Gotham Knights, that's kind of been in that's been in the headlines, and it seems to not be getting very good reviews. But I will tell you guys, if there's something that I've learned over the years, is that you got to kind of, make your own decisions when it comes to games that you may or may not be interested in. Reviews obviously can be helpful, but there've seriously been plenty of times in my life, whether it's with games or movies or anything else, where something's getting panned critically, or even, the public is saying, oh, it's not good, and I'll play it or see it for myself, and I'm like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fine. But in the case of Gotham Knights, it's hard to say. I still can't get over the fact that they only offer 30 FPS on the current gen consoles. That's still kind of surprising to me. But I will say, just to mention the 30 FPS thing, people kind of act like they've never played games at 30 FPS before, and it is kind of humorous to think back to not that long ago, just a couple of years ago, the end of the PS4's life cycle. All the games that we were playing, some of the best games we were playing, were running at 30 frames per second. Now, obviously, it's better, in my opinion, if it can be at 60 frames, and obviously people now do have that expectation. But I'm just saying, I think people get a little bit extra, you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh my God, 30 FPS, my eyes are going to pop out of my skull. Like, all right. I mean, come on. It's like, it's not all that. However, I will say that once you do get accustomed to getting 60 FPS though, like with every game, it can be quite jarring to abruptly go back to 30. That I can understand for sure. So thank you for that, PlayStation Pete. KD, member for 11 months, saying, what's up, MBG? Based on the recent announcements, how much are we betting that there was some truth to Millie A's tweet? In my opinion, Sony can't hide a showcase from the CMA. Yeah, that's actually a topic I have set for discussion today, but just to briefly touch on it, I'm kind of in the middle. A part of me does believe, with the way Sony has been behaving towards the CMA and their investigation and the things that Jim Ryan and Sony as a whole have been saying, it would not surprise me, right? It would not surprise me if Sony was like, oh yeah, we're just, we don't want to make ourselves look any better than we do. If anything, we want to try to make ourselves look worse, which it's kind of strange because Sony announced Rise of the Ronin, right? During this whole thing, that's an exclusive. They announced Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's an exclusive. Something that somebody did point out though, and this was pretty interesting to me because I was like, okay, that's interesting, is with the latest Final Fantasy 16 trailer, there was no marketing on that trailer that made it clear it was a PlayStation exclusive or PS5 exclusive. As far as I'm aware, I did watch the trailer and I didn't see that. And that is definitely, I think, a sign that Sony is trying their best to to make themselves look a certain way for the CMA right now. So yeah, saying MBG, all of this over a third party game. Yeah, I mean, look, we can't deny how big Call of Duty is as a brand and how important it is to any platform that has been accustomed to having it available. But believe me when I tell you, I don't have, as far as I'm aware, I don't have any topics lined up talking about this. Let me double check. Let me see here. Yeah, in fact, that is the only topic that I have lined up to discuss that briefly mentions the Activision Blizzard acquisition and the CMA, talking about the possibility of Sony delaying a showcase because of it. But believe me when I tell you guys, I am truly at a point with this whole thing where I do not intend to talk about it or discuss it at length anymore until we get the final verdict, because I just simply do not care. One thing I will reiterate that I said last week that I still believe is I want it to just go through. I really wish Sony would just stop caring about it at this point. I know that it's their job to care about it, but I wish they would stop caring and just let it go through, because it's very likely going to go through. And if anything, maybe Sony's just trying to buy themselves some extra time here. But the reason why I want that to happen is because, first of all, I feel like Sony's wasting their time. It is incredibly disappointing to think if they actually did delay a showcase because of this, that sucks. Now, I'm not going to get all upset about it because there's no way to know. There may have never been plans for a showcase for all we know. But if, that's a big if, that is something that happened, that just straight up sucks. And that makes me think, wow, Sony, like you can't operate that way. I don't want to, as a fan, I don't want to see them operate that way. And I wish that they would just kind of accept that, look, this is the purchase and the acquisition that Microsoft made. It's very likely going to go through, and Call of Duty will still be available on PlayStation for many years after the deal goes through. That's something that's also worth pointing out. And it should give Sony plenty of time to kind of prepare and do what they might need to, whatever it is they might need to do to, to take care of their own platform and make sure that this doesn't, have as big of an impact. You're saying, MBG, you sound silly saying that. Well, yeah, but keep in mind, like, I'm not Jim Ryan. I don't work at Sony. It's not in my best interest. It's not my job, I should say, to be the one to try to fight for Call of Duty. And again, I understand that's why Sony is doing what they're doing, but I am at a point, and this is the point I'm trying to make right now, where I think the next time I'm going to report on the Activision Blizzard situation is either A, when we get the final verdict and it's like I can report to you guys like, okay, the deal's done and that's that. Microsoft now officially owns all of Activision Blizzard, or if it gets blocked for some reason, or B, if there's something just so critically important with this whole situation that it has to be discussed for obvious reasons, then maybe I will. But at this point in time, I'm absolutely ready for it to just be done. And yeah, and that's what I have to say about that. Lyro, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. You're saying my younger sister just recently watched the Silent Hill F trailer, and she was disgusted at the end of the trailer. Yeah, dude, I watched that trailer a couple more times afterwards, and I really did enjoy it. The music as well. I feel like the first time I watched it, like, I just didn't pay too much attention to the music, but obviously that scene at the end was very gruesome, very awesome. I like that. Very disturbing. But the music towards the end there really, I think, I don't know, it really added a layer to that trailer that I don't think I could fully appreciate the first time I saw it. And we're going to talk more about Silent Hill F. We're going to talk a lot more about Silent Hill For the first time, maybe not the first time, but it sure does feel like the first time, I have a valid reason for just going on about Silent Hill. You know, I feel like for months and months and months, people would always come into the chat and they would say, "You talking about Silent Hill today?" And depending on my answer, some people would be like, "Yes, let's go, Silent Hill." Other people would be like, "Oh, brother, here we go, more Silent Hill." But today, I think we can all agree that there's a very justifiable reason to talk a lot about Silent Hill. We got a Silent Hill showcase. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? So thank you for that, Lyro. Subtext, a member for 3 months, says, even with no showcase, big updates for Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Final Fantasy 16, and God of War Ragnarok, where all the previews have said everything I've been hoping for on story/combat. And yeah, that's pretty much the main or the central topic, the central idea of this specific episode of the podcast. The fact that, yeah, we still haven't gotten a PlayStation showcase, and during a week where maybe some people were still holding out hope that Sony would announce one, PlayStation fans, I think, still in general had a very, very great week. And I'm not going to call it a good week. I'm going to call it a great week because, yeah, that's the thing is this week has been pretty packed, right? I mean, just getting God of War previews alone would have been enough, I think, for a lot of people, but we got a lot more than that. And I think it definitely does also reveal, though, that Sony is still absolutely holding quite a bit back, because even with the Resident Evil showcase, PlayStation hosted that. Even with that, and Sony being directly involved, it was just, and it wasn't a bad update, but it was the only thing with PlayStation, which is the new trailer or the more in-depth look at Resident Evil Village for PSVR 2. I think some people were certainly expecting there may be another new announcement from Capcom for PSVR 2, but no, Sony is still playing everything very, very close to the chest, and I think PSVR 2 is a big standout here, for sure. But but I agree, Subtext. I think that this was a great week, and I'm definitely going to talk a lot about God of War Ragnarok over the course of this episode because there are some things I definitely want to discuss. I also want to say really quickly, I don't know if it's noticeable at all, if I start to get a little bit quieter over the course of this podcast episode, or if it seems like I'm talking low or very more monotone. I know I have a monotone voice as is, but more monotone than usual. It's just because my throat is just a little bit sore. I don't think I'm sick or anything. It's just maybe the change in the weather, maybe allergies, hard to say, but just a little bit sore. So, I might not be able to talk as with as much gusto, if you will. So just wanted to kind of give you that heads up. And I just hope that people don't mistake what they're hearing as a lack of excitement or interest in what I'm discussing, because that's not it at all. So thank you for that, Subtext. We have Spanky Jenkins. Nice name. Love that name. Spanky Jenkins says, any thoughts on Sony's Bloodborne tweet? Do you think they have any plans to reboot Bloodborne in any way? Yeah, dude, that was funny to watch, I have to say. And I feel like the Bloodborne fan base is slowly but surely, or maybe they're already there, turning into what the Silent Hill fan base for a long time before we finally got our Silent Hill showcase turned into. I see somebody saying you got hot tea for your throat. Yeah, I actually do. I have coffee and tea here. I have both. So yeah, I'm good to go. But yeah, when it comes to that Bloodborne tweet from Sony, I think the problem with that tweet is a lot of people who came across it were not aware that the official the official Sony Twitter account, for a couple weeks in a row, they were tweeting out zoomed in images of different box art for different PlayStation exclusives. And you can tell that whoever was running that Twitter account that day, they didn't really think too much of it. They assumed that this is just part of the game we've been playing. They probably should have been in the loop enough to know that, dude, you can't do that. You can zoom in on a box art of Horizon Zero Dawn. You can zoom in on a box art of God of War. of Little Big Planet, anything you want to do, but you don't touch Bloodborne because people are looking for anything when it comes to Bloodborne. People are absolutely desperate for Sony to even acknowledge Bloodborne in some type of way. And it's a game that, during a time when you see Sony porting so many games to PC, remaking so many games, remastering so many games, it's a game that's been completely neglected. And so, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Sony was basically playing with the fan base's emotions. And, you're asking me, do I think they have any plans to reboot Bloodborne in any way? I will tell you something that is worth noting is what Herman Hulst said. He recently discussed why exactly Sony made the investment into From Software. And it's obviously for games. Like I told you guys that. I said, make no mistake, a big reason why Sony is investing into From Software is for exclusive games in the future, even if it's just one or two over the course of the next 2 generations. From Software is a top tier developer. They've been for some time, but Elden Ring obviously elevated them to another level. And Herman Hulst also made it clear that this is for their transmedia stuff as well, with movies, TV, all that stuff, shows. And I think Sony absolutely wants to do more with Bloodborne. I do, but I think Sony knows, or, we don't know if this is like a contractual thing or if it's just Sony doesn't want to risk it. But it seems clear to me that Sony is not going to do anything with Bloodborne without From Software. And I know people might say, well, what about Demon Souls? I think that's a little bit different. I do think that's a little bit different. I will tell you, when there was that rumor going around that Blue Point Games is making the sequel to Bloodborne, because there was a rumor floating around for a little while that that's what was happening, people were not happy. Well, I mean, there were some people that were happy, but it was extremely divisive. And you just immediately got the feeling that, yeah, I think that Blue Point doing a Bloodborne sequel alone without From Software, I think a lot of people would not be happy about that. And so, yeah, I do think ultimately Sony is going to do more with Bloodborne. I just think it might take a lot longer than we were anticipating. But I do think that Sony investing directly into From Software is a great start. And I think a big sign that, yeah, I think Bloodborne is it's kind of obvious, right? Like, you see the desire for it. You see how even just Sony's Twitter account putting out this innocent tweet of a zoomed in image of Bloodborne's box art, people went ballistic and it was trending all day. It was pretty funny. I got to admit, like, I really enjoyed kind of seeing the reactions. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if people were really that upset. Like, I think this was just one of those things where it's like, it seemed a little bit tone deaf from Sony. And I think that's kind of what upset people a little bit, where it's like, Sony, dude, we've been asking you to acknowledge this game for years now, and you're just putting this tweet out here. What are you doing? Don't play with the emotions like that. So, yeah, it was a good time, though, watching that unfold. So thank you for that, Spanky Jenkins. Tech Noir says Konami is remaking Silent Hill 2 just to shut MBG up. Yeah, it's true, man. It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that I, MBG alone, am the reason that Silent Hill is coming back. But on top of that, I am absolutely the reason why Konami was like, we can't just announce these games. We can't just announce them through our social channels. We can't put them in other events. We have to have a full-blown Silent Hill showcase for MBG. Because if not, that guy's going to lose it. That guy's going to lose it. And we don't want to be responsible for that. So, yeah, it feels good. It feels good to know. I feel special. I feel like Konami, they look at me and they're like, you, MBG, without you, we would have never decided to do anything with Silent Hill. So, feel good about that. Obviously, I'm kidding. I don't know. Sometimes I'm pretty bad at sarcasm. Sometimes I feel like I'm being extremely sarcastic, and some people are like, what's wrong with you, man? And I'm like, that was sarcasm. And so, yeah, I I'm at the point in my life where I realize that anytime I'm being sarcastic, I pretty much have to tell people I'm being sarcastic. Because even if just one person walks away not realizing it, that could be bad. But yeah, dude, Silent Hill 2 remake. We're gonna dive deep into a discussion for that game because it's proving to be a little bit, not a lot, but just a little bit more divisive than I assumed it would. But I guess it makes sense, right? It makes sense. Silent Hill 2 is considered a legendary game, and I will say something that was really interesting to watch is the announcement of Silent Hill 2, right, remake, and then literally the next day we get a big update on Resident Evil 4 remake, and these are two very iconic games. I think it's safe to say that Resident Evil 4 is a bigger game than Silent Hill 2, just a more popular game overall. But Titus Crow says, this getting clipped without the sarcasm warning, it's over for MBG on Twitter. Yeah, and that's the thing, man, is like you type something out in a sarcastic way, it's kind of understandable why people would be like, oh, I had no idea that was sarcasm. You can't really read sarcasm. Sometimes you can, other times you just can't. But even with small clips like that, yeah, without the context, don't want to give people a wrong impression here. Yeah, but we'll talk more about Silent Hill as we get further into the show. Mark Lovin with the 5. Thank you, man. You're saying Sonic Frontiers is going to have a tough go being released along with God of War Ragnarok. I'll probably pick it up myself, though. Happy Sunday, dude. Well, thank you for that, Mark. And yeah, dude, I have to say, like, first of all, I'm not a Sonic fan. I mean, I don't think that will come off as a surprise to anybody. But when I saw the release date for the new Sonic game, Sonic Frontiers, I don't know. I feel like this is one of those rare situations where you could say that there are obviously people who are both fans of God of War and fans of Sonic. But I feel like these two games are so different. You're saying, but you played Sonic as a child, though? Yeah, I played a little bit of Sonic growing up, but it never really appealed to me. I don't know why. I never stuck. But I'm not attached to Sonic as a character or a franchise at all. But I feel like with this instance, right, these two games releasing, I feel like every person at this point just knows. Like these two games, like if you can, assuming you can't afford to buy both, but even just knowing that if you were able to buy both at the same time, you're going to have to determine which one you're going to spend more time playing. I feel like people automatically know you're either Team Kratos or Team Sonic, right? At this point, like I feel like people have already made the decision where if you're that excited for Sonic Frontiers, you're gonna wait to play God of War, or you're gonna play God of War a lot less because you're just that big of a Sonic fan. But I do think that something like God of War Ragnarok, it is such a big game that even I think if Sonic Frontiers does well on its own, right? Like if it sells well and it just turns out that God of War Ragnarok really didn't have a negative impact on the sales, I think there's no denying it will suck up enough oxygen from the room that everybody's going to be talking about God of War. I think that the biggest thing that's going to potentially hurt Sonic Frontiers is the fact that during a time when it's launching, it's going to be really tough to find anybody really talking about it because all you're going to see is just everybody talking about God of War. And I think that if there was ever a reason for Sonic Frontiers to maybe be moved or delayed slightly, even if it's by a couple weeks, it would be that. But, Sega's confident in it, and they're not budging as of right now. So you're saying Sonic is an OG, show some respect. Well, hey, I'm not saying I have any problems with Sonic. I want to make that clear. I have no beef with Sonic. I'm just basically indifferent to Sonic. But I can acknowledge, the history there and the role that Sonic plays in gaming's history. So, I can respect it. For sure, I can respect it. But I can confidently say that I will not be purchasing Sonic Frontiers. And, hey, You know what I will say? I will say this. I feel like if you're somebody who plays on Xbox, right? Like if Xbox is kind of like your main place to play and you really are a big Sonic fan, I feel like that could kind of, because it's launching like at the same time as God of War, that could probably make you feel a little bit better. Because I don't know, man. I do wonder, like when a big game like God of War Ragnarok drops, for people who have decided to make like Xbox their main platform to play, and that's where they just they don't really play on PlayStation or anything like that. I really do wonder when these big games like God of War drop, how some of those people must feel, because I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like a game like God of War is so big, even if you don't like God of War, you can't help but kind of pay attention to like, oh, like this is making waves here. But yeah, I think I have seen a few people say that, maybe not at least one or two people I've come across. I know I have, either on social media, like on Twitter or in my comment section, where they were basically like, I'm not a big fan of God of War, but Sonic Frontiers. And it was just like kind of surprising me, because I'm like, oh, like this, yeah, those people exist, man. Like there are those people right now that are looking at God of War and they're like, whatever, but then they see Sonic Frontiers and like, there we go. There's my game. All right. Where am I at here? So thank you for that, Mark. Josh Z, member 31 months. Thank you, man. You're saying, maybe my brain is funny, but I've always been able to adjust to any frame rate. I have never understood the obsession with anything over 30. I mean, we don't watch movies thinking about frame rate. That is true. I think the big disconnect for a lot of people when it comes to frame rate, specifically the jump from 30 to 60 or higher, it comes down to what type of game you're playing, right? I feel like games that are very action oriented, games that are very fast paced, games where the camera's moving and spinning a lot. Like for me personally, I can't speak for others, but for me personally, that's where a higher frame rate really serves its purpose. Because when I like watch cutscenes and stuff, it really doesn't matter to me if it's at 30 or 60. In fact, there are some times where with cutscenes, I do prefer 30 because it does give it that more cinematic look. To whereas, like, for example, if you're watching a movie on a modern day TV, they have the I forget what it's called, but they basically have the motion smoothing settings, which a lot of people despise. And essentially what it does is it increases the frame rate of what you're watching to like what looks to me like 60 frames per second or even higher sometimes. And a lot of people despise that because they're like, it creates what they call the soap opera effect, and they don't like that when they're watching stuff. But that's where I feel like there's the disconnect. Like when you're watching something and you're not controlling it and there isn't any input, and because I mean, you could argue maybe a higher frame rate in like, I don't know. See, I don't even know then. Like I was going to say maybe some people, if they're watching really, really just like action heavy movies where the camera is just going crazy. And to me, that comes down to like filmography, right? Because like I hate watching action movies that like you just feel like you're gonna be sick watching what's going on, because like I don't even know what's happening right now. There's 1,000,001 camera cuts in this 5-minute action sequence. I don't even know what I'm watching. To me, that's where it's like, you're saying, MVG, you can't compare FPS in movies to games. Well, no, I'm just simply trying to say that like I was about to go on a tangent about filmography and action sequences in movies. So I was about to deviate there, but what I'm trying to get at here is that I personally don't mind watching things at 30 frames per second. In fact, that is my preferred way to watch things. And sometimes when I'm playing certain games, I will actually, when the cutscenes come on, I'll just switch it back to 30, watch the cutscenes at 30, and then switch the gameplay back to 60. Although it does create a bit of a disconnect there. But for me, the purpose of the higher frame rate is simply because of the input. you know. And Josh, I do actually agree with you though, where if I'm forced to play a game at 30 frames per second, like if I'm forced to do that, you're saying who does that? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I do this for every game. In fact, I've only done it a few times, probably 2 or 3 times. I did it with The Last of Us Part 1 because actually, at first, I was just trying to compare to see the difference. But in doing it with The Last of Us Part 1, I kind of realized, like, these cutscenes, I don't know, to me, they look better at 30 frames per second, these cutscenes. But the gameplay, again, like, I just would immediately, okay, I gotta go back to 60 here if that's an option, because it's really tough, dude. And when you can toggle it like that, like when you can just in front of you just toggle from 60 to 30, and as you're moving the camera around, it just becomes so obvious. Like you can't, in my opinion, it's impossible to see, or to miss, I should say, the difference there. But I do think it just comes down to input and how you're playing the game, really. I feel like if you're playing like a very, very slow-paced game where, you know, there's not a whole ton of camera movement needed, you play that at 30 FPS, it's probably not going to feel that bad. I mean, you can still notice it, but it won't feel nearly as bad as, for example, like a game like Gotham Knights. That game is extremely action-oriented, and there's a bunch of stuff going on at one time, and, you know, the camera's, you know, changing positions constantly. You're controlling the camera and you're moving it constantly. You're gonna notice it. I think I don't see how you couldn't, to a degree. But Josh, to get back to what you were saying, I am the same way. Like if I am forced to play a game at a specific frame rate, I can adjust to it. It's not that hard for me. It's only when I see it right in front of me, like I said, being able to toggle it, it's so jarring in that moment. But if I'll use Ragnarok for an example, right? Let's just say that Santa Monica Studio, for whatever reason, was like, we don't have a higher frame rate for this game. We only have 30 FPS. Now, look, obviously that would create a big problem and people would lose their minds at this point in time. And I think it would be understandable. You look at what every other PlayStation studio has done. Obviously, every PlayStation studio game going forward, we expect 60 FPS to be there at a minimum, or performance mode. Let's just say God of War didn't offer performance mode, and they're like, "No, we want you to play this game at 30 FPS." Obviously, that to a lot of people would suck. But first of all, I'm not going to lie to you. I would still play it. You know, like I would be a little bit disappointed. Like that really is disappointing. You couldn't offer performance mode. I would still play it though, because it's a must-play game. What I'll tell you is, going into it after the first hour or two, I would just be adjusted. I would be able to play that entire game no problem at 30 FPS. It doesn't mean it would stop me from saying I wish I could play it at 60 FPS, but I would be lying. I would be lying if I said that it would make me feel like, oh man, this is unplayable. I see somebody saying, MBG, I won't be bullied into playing games at 30 FPS, regardless of which game it is, period. Oh, hey, man, you know, that's your choice, you know? I'm just being honest in my assessment. Luckily, this conversation, at least for God of War in particular, is pretty pointless because we got 4 different options. And that's where I just think developers should try their absolute best, at the very least, to provide those options. And I think that's really why people get so hung up on this, and why specifically in the case of, you know, Gotham Knights and A Plague Tale Requiem, you know, people were very upset, because it's like the standard at this point is options. That should be standard practice. And so for a AAA full price game to come out, a lot of people were saying A Plague Tale Requiem isn't AAA, but still a full price game coming out on these new consoles, people expect the options to be there. So, you know, I don't think it's necessarily an argument about like, because look, it's all subjective, you know. I think it's subjective. People will, if people say I cannot play a game at 30 FPS, I believe them. You know, I'm not gonna say like there's something wrong with you, or no, like if you can't play a game at 30 FPS, I believe you. And if you refuse to play a game at 30 FPS, hey, that's your decision. I can respect that, you know? But I think sometimes people get a little bit confused here where you see how these things kind of go, right? Where you get one group that says, and the majority, I would say, they look at a development team like Warner Brothers Montreal and they say, look, you know, you guys are a AAA development studio under one of the biggest video game publishers. This is a huge IP. This game's been in development for years. It is considered at this point unacceptable to not offer different options, at least one other option with a performance mode, when every other developer pretty much has been doing this. And I think that is correct. Like, I'm not saying that it means no one should buy the game. I'm not saying it means that the game is literally unplayable, but I think it's totally fair for there to be some disappointment and scrutiny, you know, towards a development team that's asking $70 for this AAA game that they're saying on a PS5 is locked at 30 FPS. You know, and it's like I said previously, if there's a more important reason, like if there's a valid reason for it, and that's the thing, even like the valid reason could literally just be that we weren't good enough to do that. That, I mean, yeah, that would be tough to like hear. Like, nobody wants to hear that. Like, so you guys are just saying you literally weren't good enough to be able to figure out a 60 FPS mode for this game. But I don't know. I would prefer developers to just be honest and just transparent rather than feel the need to defend themselves. I understand that they get a lot of flack, and, you know, hopefully they can learn to ignore the trolls as well. But it seems pretty clear to me that with a game like Gotham Knights, that's what it comes down to. Their engine couldn't handle 60 FPS, and they couldn't figure out a way. They couldn't figure out a way to, you know, to get that working. And I've also seen people claiming that there are other aspects of Gotham Knights that doesn't look too good and it looks underwhelming. So not to go too long on this tangent here, but yeah, Josh, that's the thing, man. A lot of people have been talking frame rates these days, and I think people get a little bit obsessive over it. Really quick, I see Jeremy asking in the chat, MBG, are you going to talk about the Ragnarok leak? Absolutely not. I will not be talking about anything regarding God of War Ragnarok leaks or spoilers, but I guess this would be a good moment to warn everybody, and I'm sure some people are unaware. If you're scrolling through YouTube, if you're scrolling through Twitter, Instagram, wherever, I know, I will just say this, I know what leaked out. And I did actually end up seeing a small portion of it, not willingly, thanks to YouTube autoplay and people putting stuff in their thumbnails. I will say this, and this is all I'm going to say. In my opinion, the leak itself, it's not anything too major. Like, that's all I'm going to say, which I was thankful for, because for a split second there, I was literally like, no way. Like, no way, this just got spoiled for me. But then I realized, oh, never mind, actually. So the chances are, if you've been looking up anything regarding God of War Ragnarok, you may see stuff kind of pop up on YouTube. My recommendation, try to go on a social media blackout if you don't want to see anything. And it's also, I will say this, It is, like, I don't know why anybody with a review code for God of War Ragnarok would be out here wanting to spoil things. Sony, like, you're done. You are done at that point. You signed an NDA and you're done. Like, Sony's going to immediately come after you. And I just think that that's crazy that people are just, it makes me a little bit upset, because it's like, it's tough because, you know, Sony has to get, just like any other publisher, you have to give these review codes to reviewers earlier in the, you know, before the game comes out, so they can have time to play it. but there's always the risk that something like this can happen. And I just couldn't believe that, like, now within just a couple days of these review codes being out, there's already YouTube videos being posted everywhere. And YouTube, I will tell you, like, YouTube is, I think, the worst, because people just put that right in the thumbnail, where if your eyes see it, it's done. You can't unsee it. You don't even have to read the title, nothing. They'll just put the spoiler right in the thumbnail, and it's really annoying. So just be on the lookout, guys. Be aware that if, we're already starting to see spoilers now, we're still a couple weeks from the game's launch. We might begin to see more. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me at all. So just be aware of that. But yeah, I'm not going to I'm not going to speak on the leaks or spoilers anymore. You're saying MBG, a dev, said recently that gamers are entitled for asking for 60 FPS on PS5. Thoughts? I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I disagree with a developer who says that, because I feel like a developer should be a little bit more understanding that you're speaking to a paying customer. You know what I mean? And obviously, the paying customer is not meant to know how difficult or intricate or how nuanced things are behind the scenes. That's part of being a developer. You kind of have to do your thing, and you have to, I think a developer's responsibility to a degree is to understand that the common average or even slightly above average gamer who's maybe a little bit more hardcore, they're not worried about development processes, right? Like, that's not their job. The consumer's job and the fan's job is to be sold a product and decide whether or not it's worth their money. And I feel like a developer should never say that you're entitled if somebody says, I think we should have a 60 FPS, this game should be able to run at 60 FPS. I don't think that makes a consumer entitled. I just think it makes them, it makes them, what's the word I'm looking for? I think it just makes it so that they just want, they want what they feel like is something that's worth their money, And I don't think a developer should confuse that. Don't get me wrong. Like, I do think that people needlessly attack developers a little bit too much. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to help anyone or anything to basically yell at a developer and say, like, you're lazy and incompetent and terrible at your job. Like, I don't think that's going to help anybody, right? But I think it's just like anything else. There's no place to have like an open dialogue and a mature dialogue on things like this on the internet, because all it takes is just one person basically screaming something such as, these developers are lazy and they don't care, and then that becomes the narrative. When in reality, the developers may actually have a very sound explanation for why, right? For why something might not work. And so if anything, I would say that it's just, you're seeing kind of like another little micro war brew where, a developer will call the person who says, hey, like, I'm demanding 60 FPS because your development team is incompetent and can't do it, and I absolutely demand it, and this is unacceptable. A developer might get defensive and say, well, now I have to call you entitled because that's how it's coming off. And it's just like, there's no, like, that doesn't, no one's winning here. You know what I mean? Like, the game isn't going to magically become 60 FPS. The developer is still going to make good money, assuming it's a AAA game and it's for a big property and it's going to sell well. And it's like I always say, guys, like, you have to speak with your wallet. And believe me, I know it's tempting to want to go online and and I make the mistake at times where you think that maybe if I talk in this way, or if I speak to this person specifically, and on rare occasions it's needed, but at the end of the day, it always just comes down to, like, you need to look at something for what it is as a consumer, as a gamer, and just simply decide, is this what I want to spend my money on? Like, if you see a game, AAA game for $70 that comes out that doesn't offer a 60 FPS performance mode, and and that really bothers you, yeah, you can go online and you can express your frustration and you can try to speak to a developer and say, I think this is unacceptable. You can do all that. And to a degree, it might help influence other people. But at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to matter is where your money's going, right? That's all that's going to matter. That's the only, because it's the developers are not the ones in charge. Because, and I'm not defending Warner Brothers Montreal when I say this, but I do want you to consider this for a moment. Let's say when the news came out that it was only going to be 30 FPS and they saw the backlash, what if the development team turned to Warner Brothers and said, you know what? We're having a really difficult time getting 60 FPS running on this engine. It's going to take a lot more time and we're going to need a little bit more budget to make that happen. But people really want it. And I don't, again, because it might not be as simple as, oh, lazy developers. Yeah, that to me, that's the part that's a little bit concerning, is that they weren't going to tell anybody. Maybe I'm giving too much credit here. Maybe I'm playing devil's advocate, but I feel like it's important to always try to see all the different angles here. And one angle I could imagine is I don't believe that a development team would actively want their game to not be able to run at 60 FPS. Like, I don't think Warner Brothers Montreal is like, yeah, that's right. We're only going to lock this game at 30 FPS and we do not care. And you're just going to accept it. Like, I don't think that's what it is. I think what it comes down to is the same thing it always kind of comes down to, is if they really needed to get this game at 60 FPS or wanted to, I think they could. I think it would just require a little bit more time and a little bit more budget. And you could argue that, well, how come other development teams are able to do that exact thing with less time and less budget? And that's, the harsh reality of life is some people are more talented than others, right? This isn't a shock. Some people are better at things than others and can, I think that there's a reason why we're seeing a game like God of War Ragnarok come out with 4 intensely different graphics modes, right? For being as big as it is, but we see a team like Montreal at Warner Brothers Montreal, where it's like we can only offer 30. I do think that they could make it happen, but it might take them longer. And that's where you have to ask yourself, as the gamer, as the consumer, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to get the game now at 30 FPS, or would you prefer to wait another 6 months or longer potentially so that they could get this exact, like they can really kind of rework the engine, and who knows what they would have to change at that point. And I understand, believe me, I understand more than anybody where it's like, what my instinct tells me, and this is just me being totally honest and transparent, in a situation like that, my first instinct is to think, wow, these people don't know what they're doing. To me, my first instinct is, this isn't a valid excuse. You've had plenty of time. What are you guys doing? And yeah, there has to at some point be a dialogue where, how could you not get it to this point within this time frame? But a part of me also just thinks some development teams, they simply might just need longer, man. They might need longer. They might need more time. It reminds me a little bit of, the Cyberpunk situation, where Cyberpunk has made a big comeback, but I will never forget how that game launched and just how insane it was, where it's like, how could they do that? And you could just tell, it was because they knew that they overpromised and underdelivered, and they needed a lot more time. But they also knew that if they said that, it's you occasionally see situations arise where, you ever hear the saying, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't? And that's the unfortunate reality. Anyway, I'm going way too long on this single topic, so I apologize for that. I got to keep it flowing here. Josh, you're saying, I'm so glad Ragnarok has VRR modes at launch. 120 FPS. Watch out for Ragnarok spoilers. My buddy told me yesterday that the whole game got spoiled for him. Well, that's crazy. I appreciate that warning, Josh, because I didn't realize there was that much out there. And that's a good thing. I've been trying to avoid everything. I've only been aware of one thing. I had no idea that the entire game could be spoiled. So thank you for that warning. Everybody keep that in mind. Apparently there are people out there who are spoiling the entire game. So watch out for that. But yeah, dude, a lot of people I think are very happy about that 120 hertz mode for Ragnarok. I've seen quite a few people saying that that's how they're going to play the game. I think for me personally, I'm just going to stick to the dynamic 4K 60. To me, that's the perfect middle ground. I'm perfectly fine with 60 FPS. I have played games at a higher frame rate. I did experience 120, and you can see the difference for sure. But I realized that, okay, I'm totally satisfied with 60. I can understand why people want higher. I can understand why people want it higher, but for me, I'm good. I'm good with 60. Because I feel like most games that I play on the PS5 at 60, while they may not be native 4K, they still look great, you know? And that's the thing, is like, I feel like I am pretty much getting the best of both worlds. See some people saying 4K 40 is the way to go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I've tried playing any of these games at just 40 FPS. I've heard good things, though. Maybe I'll have to try that. We'll see. KD, you're saying thoughts on the big Last of Us vibe with the... Hold on, let me reread this. You're saying thoughts on the Last of Us vibes in Modern Warfare 2 with the crafting and the stun plus shiv gameplay loop in the story. Convoy mission was pretty much from Uncharted 2. Well, you know what? Honestly, I can't speak to that, man. I've passed up on Call of Duty this year thus far, and I've been seeing people talk about the campaign, and I've heard it's actually pretty good. I heard it's really good, and I don't doubt that. I've seen a couple of clips, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if there are quite a few different inspirations, I guess we could say, taken from these other big AAA titles. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Infinity Ward has quite a few different developers that at one point in time did work at Naughty Dog. So that might be... I think I'm correct in that. I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, I remember back with Infinite Warfare, they were kind of bragging about that game's campaign because they said that some of the lead developers on there were some big name people from Naughty Dog and people who worked on these big story-based games. So maybe that's where the inspiration's coming from, man. But yeah, I've heard very good things about MW2, and you know, maybe that's the thing, is I don't know that Call of Duty ever drops in price. It seems like it holds its price for quite some time, but in the future, I could see myself eventually playing Modern Warfare 2's campaign, because I do usually like the Call of Duty campaigns, but I just can't really bring myself to just, I don't know, it's a tough sell knowing that I'm going to want to pass up the multiplayer. We'll see, though. We'll see. It's not going anywhere, right? It's not going anywhere. Michael Stanbrook, you're saying, hey, MBG, how do you feel about Sony holding off any showcase because of Microsoft and Call of Duty? I'm really disappointed. Killing hype. And I say, just let Microsoft have it. It will force Sony to innovate. Well, that's exactly what I was saying, Michael. I did say earlier that it would be incredibly disappointing if we ever found out that, yeah, Sony did have a big showcase planned, a full-blown PlayStation showcase, and at the last moment, they decided, you know what, we're going to have to scrap our plans for now and delay it because of the Microsoft Call of Duty situation. It would be incredibly, like, I feel like I'd rather not know at this point. You know, I don't want to know if that's what happened. I want to just assume that Sony didn't actually have a showcase planned quite yet. That's what I want to assume, because it would be very disappointing to find out if that was the reality. And I am in complete agreement with you, Michael. I said that exact same thing. I want this to just go through. I agree. Say I say let Microsoft have it, and Sony can just spend the next 5 to 6, 7 years planning how they're gonna, fill in that gap and compete and innovate, like you said. So I don't think that Sony could create a game as big as Call of Duty. I think that would be a near impossible task, because if you think about Activision Blizzard, like, they have so many studios just dedicated to the one game. I don't like that. I don't want to see Sony ever feel like they have to compete with that. Like, they have to have their own Fortnite, their own Call of Duty. It's not that it's not. You're right. It's not impossible. It's just it would require so much dramatic change within PlayStation Studios to match that in terms of scale that I don't want to see that. The last thing I ever want to see are some of Sony's development teams basically turned into, hey, we made this live service game, and this live service game is growing rapidly and it's getting bigger and bigger. We need more development, talent. We need more people to work on this. So whatever it is you're working on, shelve it, because you got to come work on this and support this game. I don't want to see that. That's my great fear with successful live service games, because we have seen that. That is what happens with the most successful live service games. And PlayStation Studios will always be more than that. Saying Jim Ryan just needs one Fortnite. Yeah, he sure does. Sony wants one Fortnite. And I will say, I do think Sony is big enough. I think PlayStation is big enough that they could, if Sony struck gold with one of their live service games where it's like, this is the next Fortnite, this is the next GTA Online, this is the next Call of Duty, whatever it might be, I think Sony would be able to navigate that without having to sacrifice their current teams, right? Like, I think that they could, and we already have been seeing them do that, where Sony's so big at this point, guys, and some of Sony's even single player games are so big, they're buying support studios just to help them with their single player games. That's crazy. That's crazy to think about. I mean, when we saw God of War Ragnarok go gold, they had it was like, what, 8 different development teams, even Blue Point Games helped on it. It's crazy. So we're already kind of seeing this happen within PlayStation Studios. So it's not like this is unheard of, where we're seeing other teams help other teams out and more resources shifted here. And that's true. Yes, I keep forgetting that Sony has all of Bungie as well. That's probably one of the biggest things right there. And so it's just a little bit different when you see resources being shifted to support, let's say, finishing up a single player game versus now we're shifting resources to continue to support a live service game. You guys already know the difference there. One's a live service game and never ends. The other ends. It's like if Blue Point had to take a break on what they were developing to go help Santa Monica finish up Ragnarok. Well, now that Ragnarok's gone gold, Blue Point can go back to working what they were working on. If God of War Ragnarok was a live service game, chances are they would still have to keep working on it, So you see the difference there. But yeah, that's my answer to that, Michael Stanbrook. Thank you for the super chat, man. Inspector Guru, you're saying, haven't heard anything from Evil West in a while. Yeah, that's a game I'm looking forward to. The last I heard on Evil West, it's coming out in November. So that's the thing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play that at launch, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be neck deep playing God of War Ragnarok. And when I'm playing Ragnarok, I don't think I'm going to be playing anything else until I've extracted every possible, until I've just gotten everything out of that game that I could possibly get. Then I think I'll move on to whatever's next. But Evil West is a game that I do want to play. It does look very good. And there are aspects of it that actually do look inspired by God of War, which is cool. So, all right, let me see here. So thank you for that, Inspector Guru. We have Primal Plasma saying, ultimately, it's Sony's and Microsoft's fault for allowing their consoles to play games that are under 60 FPS. They don't have to. Yeah, but I mean, on a technical level, you're true. That is true, Primal Plasma. But obviously, come on. I mean, they're always going to let their consoles and have the option, and developers to have the option to offer a fidelity mode. I mean, especially Sony. You know how Sony is with their graphics. We all know. In fact, Sony shows off most of their games still at 30 FPS to look as PlayStation 6 not capable of 30 FPS. You know, I will say this too, before I continue here. We're talking about graphics and we're talking about frame rates. Something that is worth keeping in mind here, guys. And I know some people aren't going to want to hear this. But it's something we actually have to consider. For as hyped as we were and still are about the PlayStation 5 and what it's capable of, we also need to understand that it does have its limits. That's not a surprise. I mean, that's how console gaming works. You pay a flat fee to get a piece of hardware that stays static unless there's a mid-gen refresh, and eventually it reaches its max capability, and then we move on to the next generation, right? Rinse and repeat. Because we've seen so many cross-gen games, because we have seen so few current-gen games that are trying to push these consoles, right? Because it's taken development teams so longer than usual due to the pandemic, to readjust their engines, so on and so forth. We take all of this into account. When we do get to that point where developers are now no longer bringing their games to PS4, to Xbox One, and even we can specifically focus on some of Sony's first-party teams, we may encounter situations, guys. We may encounter situations where some of these big games might be limited to 30 FPS in the future. I know that sounds crazy, but I think something we cannot ignore here, and we have to acknowledge, because it's just the truth with PlayStation, Sony, they care very much about graphics. They care very much about pushing things. And I feel like as we go further into this generation later on, it would not shock me. It would not shock me if we start to see a situation where now, because there are no more games in development for the PS4, and some games probably won't be coming to PC till later on, it makes me wonder if development teams, especially Sony's internal teams, are going to start to feel a little bit of pressure where it's like, now this is where we have to really start getting to that bleeding edge, right? We have to really start getting to that bleeding edge. And I'm going to be honest, I do wonder. Yeah, the Matrix demo that came out last year, I remember people were like, holy crap, I cannot believe the fidelity of this. This looks so real. Like that was a showcase of graphical capability on these consoles that was locked at 30 FPS. And there's no way, there was no chance that type of fidelity, that type of detail could run at 60 FPS on these consoles. There's just no way. And so you do kind of start to wonder, at what point do some of Sony Studios, I mean, even just thinking about Naughty Dog here, right? Naughty Dog, they're always on the bleeding edge of graphical fidelity. If they did confirm, Neil Druckmann did confirm, they are working on a brand new game. I think it's definitely not going to be a PS4 game. So that means whatever this game is, they're probably thinking right now, and they're probably trying to make these decisions right now. What do we do? Like, do we try to take this game and basically absolutely push the limits of what we can do graphically and not worry about 60 FPS? Because I'm not going to sit here and pretend, guys. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that a big part of the PlayStation 4's life cycle, a big part of the fan base, right? A big part of what the PlayStation fan base really always focused on, and I'm part of this, something we always focused on and something we always praised Sony for were the graphics. Ghost of Tsushima, Death Stranding, The Last of Us Part 2, God of War 2018, Spider-Man, all games that towards the end of the PS4's life were all running at 30 FPS, but you were beginning to see that these teams were pushing the graphics further and further and further. And I just would not be shocked if we begin to see something similar happen as we go further into this generation. Now, I will say, I want to say this. I personally expect that going forward, the standard for all of PlayStation Studios titles will be, at minimum, a performance mode with 60 FPS. Even if not, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not, well, it's not a surprise. I'm not a developer. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is I don't know if there is, I'm assuming there is a threshold. Again, going back to Naughty Dog, if they're making a new IP right now, there has to be some type of threshold, especially with their engine and their design and what the game's going to be. At some point, they realize, like, look, if we push any further, if we put any more resources into the graphical fidelity, into the effects, right, into all this stuff that goes into how the game looks, we have crossed the threshold where a 60 FPS mode is not possible. We cannot scale it down far enough. It's just not possible. I have to assume that is a real thing that exists. I could be wrong. Again, I'm not a developer. I could be completely wrong in that, but I just do wonder, I do wonder if this means later in the PS5's generation, if we end up maybe looking at more 30 FPS games than we imagine. Like, again, I know I just talked about that threshold. I want to look at the Matrix demo one more time here, and this is where I'll move on after this. What would have to be done to that Matrix Awakens demo to get it to run at 60 FPS? What would have to be done? And by that point, is it even worth it? You know what I mean? That's the question I have. And I don't really have the answer to it, frankly. But I see B. Flesher says, MBG, you're definitely right. The Matrix demo ran at 1440p and dropped to 15 FPS. Couldn't run at 60. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Is it's like, we know Sony, guys. Come on, we know Sony. We know Sony loves the graphics. And you know why Sony loves the graphics? Because we love the graphics. I'm not going to pretend. And it's not about having the best possible graphics. In fact, I think what people will always say is, dude, if you cared that much, just get a PC. And that's true. That's absolutely true. But I think that's kind of what makes it, I don't know if fun's the right word, but it's fascinating. And it's almost like exciting in a way to kind of see a development team. What can you do with limitations? I know that sounds silly, but it kind of is that, right? Like the notion of seeing what Insomniac can do with, let's say, Wolverine, right? Knowing that you're focused right now on just making this game for a single hardware configuration, just one, the PS5. What can you do? How far can you push it? And that, I think, is exciting to a degree. Because that is the reality with PC. And I think, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I think where this conversation gets really it just starts spinning out is the fact that it's clear now that every PlayStation game is being developed in tandem with PC. So I don't know that I can say that anymore. And that does make me a little sad. Not because it's like, oh, I don't want PC players to play it. It's not about that. But it's about, like, when we talk about the way Mark Cerny discussed the PlayStation 5 and what the PlayStation 5 could do down the line and the potential that can be tapped into, I really do have to wonder, well, at that time, were you also taking into account that every PlayStation Studio game would also be developed in tandem with PC? Or at the very least, like, is being developed with an eventual release on PC in mind? Is the thought process that if a game is like, for example, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, right? This was a game that, as far as we know, they said, like, look, this is a game that was made just for the PS5. This game was tailor-made for the PS5 to take advantage of its features, and it still hasn't been announced for PC. And I do wonder, is it simply because the threshold or the minimum requirements for that game to run on PC would just be ridiculously high to the point where it's like, you know what, we're not even going to bother. We're going to have to wait a couple years. Is that why? I don't know. These are just things that I wonder about because Sony's changing. PlayStation's been changing. And yeah, you're saying it could have run on the PS4 if it had to. Well, yeah, I guess, but I guess at that point you do have to wonder, like, what, I guess, let me simplify what I'm saying here, because I notice the longer I talk about certain topics, the more I start to just kind of run in circles. I guess the question I have right now is very simple. What is stopping Sony from taking certain PS5-only titles, such as Demon's Souls Remake, or more specifically Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and porting them to PC, or, announcing them for PC? Because apparently Returnal is a game, and I remember reading about this. Returnal is a game where we were told that the reason why this game couldn't run on PS4. That's what we were told. They said the effects, the particles, like everything that was going on screen, it was just too much for the PS4 to handle. Now, I still believe that. But with that in mind, surely when we get the minimum spec requirements for this game on PC, it's going to be higher than a PS4 or a PS4 Pro. Surely that's going to have to be the case, right? Because if not, then that means that they kind of, I don't want to say that they lied, but they definitely maybe lied. I don't know how else to say it. So to me, like, that's the thing. For me, I just don't ever want to see, I don't want PC to basically take the place of PS4. That's my only worry about Sony focusing on PC is I've talked a lot about how this generation has already kind of been hamstrung and whatnot. And it's just been a very slow and weird start to the generation. And I understand that a lot of people still don't have PS5s and they're happy to see these games still come to PS4. But I've been patiently waiting, I should say. And it's been slow for the PS4 to be dropped. And it is disappointing. I'm going to be just totally honest right now. It is disappointing to see a game like RE4 Remake still basically coming out and being like, oh yeah, by the way, this is going to have a PS4 version as well. It's like, are we going to find out that Spider-Man 2 is going to have a PS4 version as well? I just want to start seeing games just kind of push these consoles a little bit. And I feel like we haven't seen that. And, I'm hoping that I hope it comes down to this. When a PlayStation Studio team is developing a game for the PS5, I have no doubt the PS5 is the lead, the lead hardware. I don't think they're developing the games from the ground up on PC and then porting them to PS5. I don't think so. I think that they're looking at the PS5, and if there's something they can do with the PS5, they're going to do it, right? Something unique, something interesting. And then I think they're going to worry about PC. And that's my hope, because it would be disappointing, and it would feel like everything that Mark Cerny said and everything we were sold on with the PS5, it would ultimately feel like, did you really mean all of that if you were just planning on, developing for PC as well with everything? So, I don't know. Yeah, so you're saying Ratchet and Clank is the most next-gen game so far, hands down. I agree. Like, it really seems to push the PS5, not fully, but it's trying to. So I'm just, this is why I'm fascinated to know, okay, Returnal, we'll see. We'll see how that goes when they announce it for PC, but what about Ratchet and Clank? Surely that's a game Sony would want to maybe get on the PC if they could. I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts within Sony right now. A lot of things we don't have all the answers to, and we'll find out eventually. Rice Pudding, you're saying I took a week off of work for God of War Ragnarok. I'm sure you're not the only one, but man, a week? That's awesome, dude. Have fun, man. Have fun. That you just see, that's the heart of gaming right there, I think, right? That's the heart of it. When something so big and exciting comes out, you're just like, you know what? I've been living in reality for a while now, and I think I'm just gonna take a break. I think I'm just gonna, I mean, obviously it's different for every person. It's not realistic, I think, for anybody to drop every single responsibility that they have, but just basically being like, I'm gonna take a week and I'm just gonna submerge myself in this game and just be there. I'm gonna be there for a while. I think that's really cool. It's the heart of gaming. Saying you have 250 hours of PTO a year. Well, there you go, dude. There you go. Sounds like a good time. KD, you're saying, hold on. Just jumped up here. KD, you said, it's not gamer entitlement, but gamers are being goofy about this topic, talking BS about devs being lazy or untalented. The real issue is project management. Yeah, and you know what? You're right. That's usually the core and the crux of all of these issues. I mean, it can differentiate from project to project, but you're right. A lot of times it does come to poor management, because if a development team is like struggling in a certain area and they need more of a specific resource, or they need this or they need that, if you think about it, it really does come down to management and communication. And even if you think about just like most things in life, that's really where things break down. That's really where things break down. And once that breaks down, that I mentioned earlier how it seems sometimes that these situations arise where it's you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And specifically in the case of something like this, I can imagine where when you think, how do you get to that situation? A breakdown in management is probably how that happens for sure. But yeah, I do think that I do think that there needs to be better communication truly between developers and gamers, like a healthier form of communication. But it feels like it's impossible to get to that point if like the reason why a game's development is going poorly is due to poor management and communication. Then how can we ever expect there to be better communication between the audience, right, and the consumer? So I agree, KD. I think some people are getting kind of goofy with this. I do. I think some people just don't really even know at some point what they're even saying anymore, or what it is they're even upset about. It just really gets taken to a whole nother level. It spins out. I think that's something that we've noticed, specifically this past week or so. Some things just, they spin out, and people completely lose sight of what it was we were trying to advocate for in the first place, or discuss, right? It happens a lot, unfortunately. Figuratively literal. You're saying, hey, MBG, I love how your cat is just chilling on top of your chair. I told you, man, this is Boss's favorite spot. He chills at the top of my chair all the time. And I was like, I should try to sit on this chair for my podcast, because I have a feeling Boss will hang out with me a lot if I do. And lo and behold, he does look so peaceful though, too, doesn't he? He looks so chill. I like it. I always like when Boss is hanging out with me. Although sometimes I can forget he's there, and if I like lean back on the chair, like I'll almost end up knocking him off of it by accident. I'm like, oops, my bad, man. Forgot you were there, because he does blend in a little bit. Planet Schlorpian says, if Sony is doing more PC ports, it only makes sense for them to make their own PC launcher. Feel like they will. I feel like they will. It's only a matter of time. I think they are too. And I'm really interested to see how that's going to be received, because if there's one thing I've noticed is a lot of people do not want another launcher. But at the same time, I think it's kind of understandable why PlayStation would want to have their own launcher. I mean, I don't know that it will necessarily be received well if they do that, but I can understand why they would want it. And we did see multiple job listings. That they're apparently working on that. And if I had to guess, it's mainly for their live service games. That's what I think. I think obviously the single player games that get ported over to PC are going to be there, but I really think it's I think the main reason why Sony decided under Jim Ryan's leadership, because if you think about it, that's when Sony started to embrace PC. I think the main reason is simple. I think it was because when Jim Ryan took over, he made it clear, look, we're going to keep making single player games. We're going to grow PlayStation Studios. We're going to expand, but we're going to make live service games. That's what we're going to do. And I think the day that decision was made was the day they were like, well, we have to get involved in PC. It has to be done, because if we want our live service games to succeed or have any chance of success, we need to be on PC. By the way, guys, before I continue, if you could do me a big favor, please take a second to hit that like button. It helps the podcast out tremendously, and it just helps the content in general. So hit that like button for me. Let's see if we can get up to 300 likes. I'd really appreciate that. But yeah, we'll see Planet Schlorpian if Sony ends up announcing their own PC launcher. Personally, I think they're going to. I agree. I think it's only a matter of time. Primal Plasma, you're saying, if you have a lot of players and on-screen game objects using large 4K textures and complex polys, you might not get it to run at 60 FPS. Yeah, and that's the thing, man, is like, that's why I was saying I feel like at the core of a game's design, surely there is a limit you hit where it's like, if you cross this point, it's like the point of no return when it comes to having the possibility of 60 FPS performance mode. And so I guess what I want to ask you guys, like, would you be okay with that? For those of you who are in the chat right now, would you be okay with, I don't know, let's just say Naughty Dog's next game, it's a new IP, or Insomniac. I could see Wolverine being 60 FPS. I feel like that game will be 60 FPS, but just like, or maybe Santa Monica's next new IP that's being helmed by Cory Barlog. Would you be okay if like they show this game and it's like mind-blowing graphics? I mean, literally like face melting, like we've never seen graphics like this ever, but they're like, it's going to be locked at 30 FPS. How would you feel about that? Jay says, no, graphics are good enough. You need to keep 60 FPS. That's a fair argument. I agree. I agree that's a fair argument, where you kind of have the feeling like things kind of look pretty good now, you know? Like, I don't think we have to really push to get to that point yet, right? Like, maybe you're right. Maybe at this point, it's clear that people would just prefer to get something like that with the PlayStation 6 at 60 FPS. Maybe people would prefer to just see games be as optimized as they can right now. And then eventually, maybe like 5, 6, 7 years from now, when the PlayStation 6 comes out, that will be the console where we see that insane fidelity, like true photorealism at a higher frame rate. I could see that. And maybe that would be the ideal way. It'll definitely be interesting. It will certainly be an interesting day if we get a PlayStation 5 exclusive announced from a PlayStation studio that's locked at 30 FPS. That will be a very interesting day for sure. But yeah, I will say, when you start to see what Guerrilla Games, you look at what they did when they kind of really further optimized Horizon Forbidden West on the PS5, their performance mode, I'm like, geez, that's, yeah. I mean, you do have to begin to ask, like, just how much better can it get? And you do have to take into account, the law of diminishing returns. Is it even worth it? Is it even worth it at that point? Interesting conversations for sure. I'm assuming that these are conversations that developers are having all the time. All right, let me see. So thank you for that, Primal Plasma. We have NeoWise saying, do you think Microsoft saying Wolverine is coming out in 2023 is just an excuse for them to make to the CMA that Sony is releasing exclusives? I do. I mean, I think with that situation in particular, it's pretty clear and obvious that Microsoft is doing everything they can to look a certain way to the CMA, just like Sony is. And in Microsoft's case, well, actually, Microsoft and Sony both share the same desire right now to look weak. That's the point. They both want to look weak to the CMA. And Microsoft needs to look as weak as they can, and they need to try to simultaneously make Sony look as strong as they can. And it's a smart tactic. I will admit, it's a pretty smart tactic by Microsoft specifically listing Wolverine as an exclusive, because Sony never did give a launch window, and they never did say when the game could release. And so because of that, even though everybody pretty much knows that this game's not coming out in 2023, it's like there's not a chance. It's another one of these situations where Microsoft is kind of hoping that whoever reads that within the CMA doesn't do their research and just assumes that, oh, well, Sony's got Wolverine coming next year. Well, that looks like a pretty strong lineup. And, that's the thing about what Microsoft did, is they specifically listed the games that are coming for Sony next year. And so, Sony hasn't come out and denied it. That's worth noting. Sony hasn't come out and said that we're not planning to release this game in 2023. But, I'm sure that that's something they're probably trying as we speak to communicate to the CMA that, hey, and I think it's so dumb. I do, because it's like, I hate the idea that Sony is trying to hide their greatest strength. I hate that, because it's like, it just seems so pathetic in a way, where it's like, Sony, come on, like, I know you're trying to trick the CMA, but everybody knows like what you're best at. You've literally worked decades to get to this point, and to just see them kind of huddle up and be like, we don't have exclusives. What are exclusives? It's like, come on, Sony, come on. Like, you want to come out. Sony wants to come out and just beat their chest and be like, we got Silent Hill 2 remake console exclusive. We got Final Fantasy 16 PS5 exclusive. Final Fantasy Rebirth never coming to Xbox. You know that this is how Sony operates, and I realize that I don't have a problem with that, and I also don't have a problem if that's how Microsoft wants to operate. I realize that I've always been, to a degree, an advocate for exclusivity, because I think that it is what breeds competition. It is what breeds innovation to an extent, and it is really what forces these platform holders to fight as hard as they can for our dollar and for our attention, and to be on their platform. And I know that sometimes we have these conversations about, well, wouldn't it just be better if exclusivity didn't exist? And it's like, well, of course. I mean, but you're talking about like a gaming utopia, and these things just don't exist in reality. I could talk about all different types of things that, well, if things were just like this, and if things were just like that, things would be better. Everything would be better. But it's not that simple. It never is. And gaming is not an exception here. Gaming is it has its ways. And I know that we can talk about the way in which Microsoft is going about competing, but that's the thing. When you talk about competition, it's like, I can't blame anybody for looking at what Microsoft's doing and thinking, well, hey, this is their way of getting serious. This is their way of trying to stick it to Sony after all these years. And it's like, I mean, look, if I was in Microsoft's position, yeah, I'd be doing the exact same thing. And I guess my only thing here with this whole thing, and I know I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but I'm reading a super chat here. To me, I think that what Sony should be doing right now, and let's be honest, Sony is doing this. Only a fool would believe Sony is not doing this. Sony is trying to give off the perception that they're not chasing exclusivity. But make no mistake, because of what Microsoft's doing and because of consolidation in the industry, Sony's probably chasing, I'll tell you, they are flat out. Sony is chasing exclusivity harder than they ever have before. And, I've seen some people saying like, well, hey, is it possible that Silent Hill 2 Remake, if it's like a really well-received game and it gets great review scores and it's like one of the top tier games for PlayStation 5, could we see Sony do the same thing with that game that they did with Final Fantasy VII Remake? For people who may not remember, Final Fantasy VII Remake was supposed to be a 1-year timed exclusive. And I remember having these conversations where it's going to come to Xbox. It's not coming to Xbox at this point. Like, it's pretty clear that it's just not coming to Xbox, maybe ever. And if it does, it's going to be many, many years after it first launched. And that's because Sony paid for that. That's because Sony saw that this is a console seller. This is a big deal for us to have on our platform. We need to strike a deal with Square Enix before it expires and before they release this on the competition's console. Could we see Sony do the same thing for Silent Hill 2 if Silent Hill 2 Remake is extremely successful? My answer to that is absolutely. Absolutely yes. And, this is, if anything, that sends a message to Xbox fans or anybody who's playing on a competitor's console. You can't take solace in a 12-month exclusivity window. You can't, because if you could, you would be playing Final Fantasy VII on your Xbox right now. It's clear that Sony will chase exclusivity, and I just think it's. I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not trying to say I know better than Jim Ryan. I'm not trying to say that I know better than anybody who is a high executive at Sony. I'm just an armchair analyst, literally. That's all I am. But to me, it just seems kind of foolish to think that you're going to basically lie your way into this acquisition being blocked. It's not going to take much research on the CMA's part to see what Sony has done over the years, what they're doing now. And if the CMA came across my channel, somebody who's part of that regulatory body, and they started watching all of my videos about the things that are rumored to be in development at PlayStation Studios, they would see like, holy crap, like Sony's all in on exclusivity. Sony's bigger and better than they ever have been with exclusive games. You see what I mean? So it's like, I just don't understand why, like, at this point, is Sony willing to come out and try to say to Microsoft, no, that's not true. We don't Wolverine isn't exclusive. What do you mean? It's not exclusive. We just Insomniac's making it. It's not exclusive. Like, are you willing to do that, Sony? Because I know that Microsoft is lying about it coming out in 2023, but the point that Microsoft is trying to make is that this is a big exclusive. Wolverine, Spider-Man 2, these games are not coming to Xbox. And we're just kind of witnessing Sony come out and be like, well, not really. It's like, what do you mean? It's frustrating. I have to admit, as a PlayStation fan who's been cheering Sony on, as a PlayStation fan who gets excited, look, I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna pretend that as somebody who plays on PS5, as somebody who supports PlayStation, I'm not gonna pretend that when a new exclusive game is announced that I don't get excited. I absolutely do. And it's just, this is why I'm not going to ever be upset anymore at what Microsoft is doing, because I know that Xbox fans and Xbox players, I know how they feel. I do. Like, if that's really your preferred place to play and that's your gaming ecosystem that you invest your time and your money into, and you see the brand that you're personally supporting come out and say, look at what we did for you. We got this for you for our players who are here, I understand that feeling that comes with that. That does, if you are that person and you are that player, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel excited. And that's why I don't fault Microsoft fans for getting annoyed at the way Sony's behaving, because it is true that Sony may have never purchased, and they may never purchase a full-blown, a full-blown publisher. But I'm not going to sit here and also pretend that once this acquisition of Activision Blizzard goes through, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this means Microsoft is going to buy 2 or 3 more publishers. They literally wouldn't be able to do that afterwards. It's just this was the only way that Microsoft felt like they could seriously compete, that they could seriously, try to knock Sony down a couple pegs. And the most important thing, and this is the last thing I'll say, and I'm going to move on because I already broke my rule of not talking about it again, but again, super chat. This is all under the super chat. The most important thing that I always will say, even as a Sony supporter and a PlayStation fan, is make no mistake. If Sony was in the same position that Microsoft is right now with that type of money, oh yes, Sony would absolutely be doing the same thing. No doubt about that. And to me, that's the most important thing to pay attention to here. And that's why I know that it's like, I could sit here and say, well, this isn't fair. Sony can't buy a publisher. Well, you know what? That's never stopped Sony before from striking all of these amazing exclusivity deals for their platform. Like, oh, you might not be able to buy Bethesda, but you know what you can do? Get an exclusive Wolverine game that will never release on your competitor's platform from one of the best studios in the world. That's pretty damn valuable, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So it's not like these things are just going to stop. It's pretty clear at this point that if I had, well, I'm not going to say it's clear because, to be honest, nothing's clear. The last thing I'm going to say is if I had to guess why Sony's doing what they're doing right now, why they're seemingly acting really desperate to get the attention of the CMA, I think it's simply because it's going to buy them time. I think that's all it is. I don't believe Sony actually thinks they're going to block this. I think the lawyers are probably telling them, like, you can't stop this. Like, this isn't going to get blocked. But what you can do is buy yourself as much time as you possibly can. And maybe at most, what Sony could get from this, I think, is maybe a better contract and deal from Microsoft, a longer one, to give them even more time. Like I said, I think that that's what this is all about. But who knows? I'm just on the outside looking in. Let me see. Where am I at here? Nathan Richardson. I hope I said your name correctly. I apologize if I mispronounced it. You're saying, well, actually, hold on. That just skipped me to the bottom. Richardson, Mr. Richardson, I will get back to you. Sometimes my super chats. Oh, that's because you have 2 super chats here. Sorry, I just really confused myself. Yeah, no, Nathan Richardson. You're saying if you think about it, Sony's recent stated plays and also the Silent Hill showcase seems like some of those games were reserved for a showcase. Yeah, I do get that feeling. Like, but I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure because looking at Silent Hill 2 Remake, that's a pretty significant announcement for Sony, considering it's a PlayStation 5 exclusive. But then I look at the length of the Silent Hill showcase, and I think to myself, if you take Silent Hill 2 out of that showcase, in my opinion, becomes a lot more underwhelming to a lot of people. And I just don't see a situation in which Konami actually thought that they could do a showcase like that without Silent Hill 2 Remake and it be considered as, the type of success that it was considered. I think people would have been like pretty underwhelmed, frankly, because if you think about it, Silent Hill 2 Remake was really the only game shown there where we actually saw footage of it, right? It wasn't necessarily raw gameplay, but we saw footage of it. Everything else was kind of just like teases. and then a big chunk of that was for the movie. So it's hard for me to determine that this stuff was reserved for a showcase. Even thinking about the state of play, I mean, I still don't feel that way because even with the last state of play, the big reveal at the end was the new God of War trailer. And yeah, you could make the argument that that's something that could show up in a showcase, but this is also a pattern we've seen with Sony and specifically their stated plays, where in order to make sure that their stated plays are considered successful, Sony puts a nice, juicy trailer from one of their biggest exclusives at the end of a state of play. So that way, everybody leaves happy. So I don't know, man. I don't know that I agree entirely. To me, the big standout that makes me actually think, okay, I think maybe Sony may have actually delayed their showcase. It's not Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's not the last state of play. It's not Resident Evil Village for VR. It's the Final Fantasy 16 trailer. I'm telling you, to me, it seems that is something that I don't think Sony wants to pass up ever. And I just think that Final Fantasy 16 in the eyes of Sony is viewed as like an absolute, like, we need to show this off. And to me, the biggest red flag wasn't even that the trailer was just dropped the way it was. It was the fact that there was so little like PlayStation exclusivity branding around it. That's the thing that really made me think, okay, this might be, there might be truth to what Millier said in this showcase being delayed. There might be some truth. That was the biggest, like, oh, that's interesting. But again, we don't really have a way of knowing. You know, the only question I honestly have at this point is if Sony did delay the showcase, whatever, you know, I'm not going to get upset about it because there's nothing I can do about it. The only thing I'm going to ask at that point is, well, then when exactly are you planning a showcase? And to answer that question, for the only answer I can give, it's just my best guess here. Oh, excuse me. Got to make sure I stay caffeinated here. I think at this point, we might get a showcase in early 2023, possibly February. I really think that might be when it happens now, because if you think about it, Sony could get away with it. Think about this for a moment. We just got a couple of announcements from Sony in October. November, we have God of War Ragnarok. God of War Ragnarok has ensured that Sony for the entire month of November will be fine. Then in December, we have the Game Awards. And what Sony could do is take one of those big announcements, put it in the Game Awards. Boom. You're getting something from Sony. And then in January, I think people forgot about this. I keep forgetting about it. Forspoken. So literally, Sony is actually completely set up until February of next year. And if they really wanted to put it to the wire, they could. Now, the only thing here, this is the only thing that makes me a little, like, somebody might bring up PlayStation VR 2, and they might say, well, what if Sony is planning to release PlayStation VR 2 in early 2023, then, you know, I feel like the latest is at the end of March. I don't know if I would consider April early 2023. Maybe it could be considered in that window. Would Sony wait that long? I think they would. Let's not forget, Sony did not reveal the price of the PS5. If I'm pretty sure I'm remembering correctly, they did not reveal the price of the PS5 or the exact release date until just 2 months. Just 2 months before it came out. So, you know, and I'm only saying this because I have seen some people say that, oh, well, dude, Sony's not doing a showcase this year at all. They're not. And we'll probably see them next June. And I'm like, that. I mean, it's a possibility, but that would be absurd. That would be absolutely absurd, because I don't even know what people would be thinking about PlayStation at that point. But what I do know is that between now and February, Sony's good. Like, if they want to just dedicate one more big announcement for the Game Awards, let's say something like if Death Stranding 2 is a thing, boom, there you go. And God of War might win Game of the Year, or it'll certainly, I want to say certainly, I don't want to say anything definitive, but it seems extremely likely that God of War Ragnarok is going to be a, Game of the Year nominee. I think Sony's good, man. Sony could have 2 announcements for the Game Awards if they wanted. They could announce maybe Death Stranding 2 if it's ready to go, and also Helldivers 2. There you go. I think that there are a lot of different ways that Sony could handle this, but if there's one thing that I think we have learned this past week, is that Sony is still perfectly capable of finding ways to make some announcements without having a show of their own. And that, I think, is important to pay attention to going into the remainder of this year and early next year. The one thing I did see somebody say, though, that makes me think, yeah, maybe a February showcase might not be the best idea, is because somebody pointed out that February is absolutely stacked with games. And it's usually not the best idea to do a large show in the thick of a bunch of AAA games releasing. I don't think it's necessarily a problem. Like, I think if Sony wanted to hold a showcase in February, they could, and it would be perfectly fine. Like, I don't think it's going to matter if games are releasing, but that could be a factor that would maybe give Sony some pause. But I think we can all agree at this point, guys. Can we all agree on one thing here? And that is, we literally cannot predict Sony anymore. We just cannot. We were all so sure. I was so sure, or at least most of us were sure, that Sony was going to do a showcase in September. How could they not? And here we are. We're about to go into November, and there's no showcase. There's no showcase. So, anything that I think I might know, I clearly don't. So, yeah, every time I try to predict Sony, I learn that you cannot predict Sony. The only thing I know about Sony is that I don't know anything about Sony. There we go. When it comes to their plans for announcements. All right, let me keep going here. We have Big Nabs saying, how do you, I think you meant to say envision. Yeah, you said envisage, envisage, but I think you definitely meant envision. How do you envision this industry 15 years from now? Oh man, that's a loaded question, dude. I mean, I'll just tell you what I would like the industry to be 15 years from now. I have my PlayStation either 7 or 8 at that time. I have my PlayStation 7 or 8, and I'm playing games at like 8K, 120 frames per second, with like the DualSense 3 controller. That's what I would like to see. And Sony's producing still some of the best exclusive games. We're about to get Wolverine 3. We're about to get Wolverine 3. And some, we're about to get a sequel to a new IP that we got during the PlayStation 6 generation. Obviously I'm being hyper specific here with PlayStation, but that's what I would want. To be honest, I don't know that I would want things to change all that much. 15 years from now, what I could see happening with the industry, I could see more live service games than ever before, more successful live service games, but I can also see just as many successful single player games. A prediction I have going forward is that I think single player games are going to, I'm trying to think of the best way to word this. Like, I don't think they're going to stop being made. I think we might reach a period where single player games have kind of hit a ceiling in terms of like how how they're developed, right? And I think in that period, something might change. And I feel like you kind of already get that feeling. Like if you look at what, for example, Haven Studio underneath Sony with Mark Cerny, how they're talking about they're looking into how they can literally change the game development process to streamline it and make it even more efficient, even more focused, even more innovative. And this can be applied to any type of game if they succeed. This can be applied to single player games, live service games, multiplayer games. I just think it won't just be Sony. Like if they're actually onto something there, I don't think it's just going to be Sony. I think Sony could be the trailblazer if they're successful, but then other teams, other publishers will look at this and they're thinking, we should do this too. And I guess what I'm trying to say is like we could see a situation where talented development teams 15 years from now are not spending nearly as much time on what you would consider mundane, tedious, but necessary tasks for game development. Instead, they're spending all of their time or the majority of their time focused on the not so mundane, not so tedious tasks, but the ones that are arguably the most important. Innovation, creativity, things that the things that seem more rare in game development, where it's like, we all know that developers have to take time to create video game assets. We all know that there's a design process. We all know that there's a lot of meticulous attention to detail for, especially, mainly focusing on AAA games that has to be attended to, right? And it's necessary. But the thing that seems to be more rare and just not nearly as ubiquitous is true innovation and true creativity. And I guess maybe this is a more hopeful thing for me, where it's like the industry 15 years from now, I hope that we see some crazy strides in what we thought was possible with, basically what I mean is think of the biggest, most impressive game that you've played to date, October 23rd, 2022. Hold that game in your mind. And then imagine 15 years from now, we get a game that makes that look like child's play potentially. That is to me what I could envision in gaming, because 15 years is a long time from now, man. That's a long time. And maybe I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself, but to me, that would be very cool. And that's my hope. And also VR. Assuming Sony's still supporting VR, I also can't help but imagine, like, what is VR going to look like 15 years from now? Interesting stuff to think about, man. And, you have to also think, like, at what point does augmented reality really start to become a thing, potentially? Yeah, will Sony have a Vita 2 15 years from now? Will they finally do it? I will say this. Envisioning the industry 15 years from now, I think Sony in between that time will have another dedicated handheld of some kind, even if it's cloud-based. I'm calling it now, in the next 15 years. But I'm going to be honest, man, like I don't really think that far ahead with anything in life. It's definitely an interesting thought process for sure, and an interesting way to flex your mind. But I barely look even. I don't think I look more than like 2 or 3 years ahead at any given time with most stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. I could have listed a bunch of really bad things for the future, and of course there will be bad things that happen. For example, 15 years from now, Sony has fully abandoned single player games. They don't even make consoles anymore. They have like the top 5 most successful live service games in the world, and there are no longer separate studios anymore. There's no Naughty Dog. There's no Santa Monica. They're all just one unified giant gaming live service studio called PlayStation Studios. But the Sony still sells controllers, though. There we go. That's the worst case scenario for 15 years from now. Anyway, sorry to get so dark there. Hickzock, you're saying 30 FPS is okay. What's going on? PCMR toxic influence? No, I don't think so, man. I just think, look, it's not, if I'm reading what you're saying here correctly, I don't think it's not that, hey, 30 FPS is okay. It's just that the reality is, for some people, it is, man. Like, I know that it's not my position. Like, it's not my right to tell, or it's not right, in my opinion, is what I mean to say. I don't think it's right for me to tell somebody else if 30 FPS is okay. However, if I'm talking to a developer, what I'm going to say to that developer is, I really think you should, if you want my money, and I'm only speaking for me, if you're going to sell me a full price game, I really think you should try to have a 60 FPS performance mode for the PS5 version, or else I'm very likely not going to pay full price for your game. And so, to me, that's the wording I want to use, because, I mean, I feel like simplification, an oversimplification of that is, oh yeah, 30 FPS isn't okay. But, I don't think we need to even speak like that, because I feel like there are just some things where it's like everybody can look around at each other. And I think even that person, because these people are here and they exist. I mean, there may be more of them than we realize. There are people who will say that, I don't know why, but if they prefer, well, maybe it's for the fidelity, but they prefer games at 30 FPS. There are people who still say that. And I feel like even those people, even if that's their preference for one reason or another, they could probably say the same thing and say, yeah, I think that in 2022, the standard should be, there should be a 60 FPS performance mode. 60 FPS, to an extent, should be the standard, right? Like, that should be the new standard. We're far enough along now. It's something that people do expect, for sure. But I hear what you're saying, Hickzock. We're not saying that it's perfectly okay. I just think the conversation, as always, is a little bit more nuanced than some people, might want to admit. Figuratively literal, thank you, man. You're saying, I think it's important to note that there's no precedent for platform holders possessing an extremely successful live service game. There is more to consider with platform holders. Not saying it won't become a GTA situation, though. That's true. That is true, figuratively literal. And I think that right there, like, that notion is what allows me to be kind of excited at Sony chasing some live service games. And it's because, and especially with Sony, like, Sony has never had, I mean, I don't recall Sony ever having a first party live service game. And if so, maybe other than like Dreams, but that's a little bit different. This is going to be Sony's real first attempt. And if, I think they are going to find some success. And there's, again, like, I don't know that this means that if Sony finds a successful live service game, I don't think that just automatically means, well, there it is. It's the beginning of the end. No, we don't. You're saying Dreams isn't live service? If Dreams isn't live service, what would you call it then? Just a platform, I guess. But figuratively literal, you say here there's more to consider with platform holders, not saying it won't become a GTA situation, though. Yeah, I think that's just the natural tendency sometimes, though, right? Is like, you hear the saying, like, what can go wrong will go wrong. I think that kind of comes to mind, where our minds just naturally gear towards, if Sony, knowing that they, especially Jim Ryan specifically, they're very much focused on profitability and trimming the fat, so to speak, and just being as profitable and streamlined as possible. You could see how if Sony were to find their own GTA Online type game, their cash cow underneath Jim Ryan, how that could influence massive transformation. It really comes down to, it comes down to who makes the final decisions. And so you're right. There is more to consider for a platform holder because we've seen Xbox try, and Nintendo doesn't do live service. So as far as I'm aware, so you're right. Like, we have not really seen a platform holder. I mean, I feel like, I don't know, Steam, could we consider Steam maybe they're like the only platform holder that has had some successful live service games? Unless I'm incorrect about that, but it will, if Sony, I mean, I don't know that I'm necessarily thinking, well, but Epic isn't really, well, I guess they are, actually. Yeah, I guess Epic is a platform holder to a degree, right? But I think it's just a little bit different with Sony. That's all. I feel like when we think of Sony, we're thinking of like a more console ecosystem platform holder, right? We haven't, like, we don't know. We've seen Microsoft try. Microsoft failed. I mean, Microsoft wanted Halo Infinite to be like the marquee live service game that skyrockets for them and really kind of put Microsoft as a platform holder on the map by having their own big live service game. And even Sony tried to a degree for some reason with Destruction All-Stars, but we haven't really seen it yet. My cats are over here fighting. What are you guys doing? They're literally over here just fighting each other. Anyway, figuratively literal, basically what I'm trying to say to you is you are correct. There isn't necessarily a precedent set for a platform holder. Not to this level, right? Like we don't know. We do not know. And so if you're somebody who says, I think this is going to go terribly, and if Sony succeeds, it's only going to be bad news, I can't say you're wrong. If you're somebody who says, I think this is actually going to be totally fine, and I'm excited, and I think Sony's going to have a perfect balance and a perfect harmony of single player and live service games, I can't say you're wrong. You could be completely right. We do not know how it's going to unfold yet. I would like a roadmap, yeah, to a degree, and I think we're going to get that. I think we have a bit of a roadmap. I think we have a bit of a roadmap, but we need a little bit more clarity, I think. It's foggy out here, can't really see too far ahead. Not as far as I would like. You're saying we need a cat cam? Dude, I'm not kidding right now. My cats are spooning. I wouldn't want to put a cat cam on right now. It's getting pretty weird up in here. They're like, my one cat is trying to like get up and be like, I just really don't want to be here right now. And the other cat's like, no, we're going to cuddle. We're cuddling. It's so weird. It's extremely distracting. And they're just laying there. So that's cool. You guys do you. I'm laughing because I'm not kidding. I've never seen them do this before. I think they're trying to mess with me right now. They're not even, no, that's the thing, is they're not even play fighting. They're not even doing that. They're literally just like rolling around and cuddling with each other. It's fascinating. I've never witnessed. Boss and Leia, yeah. Whatever, guys. Just don't start chewing my cords or anything like that, or I'll have to kick you out. Anyway, let me keep this going here. I see somebody asking catnip. No. That's the thing. There's no catnip here. They're just doing this on their own accord. They're not influenced. You might, I don't know. Can you guys hear him? He's meowing a little bit. You might be able to hear him. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, I probably won't be able to play Ragnarok until Christmas break since I work full time at a university. That's disappointing to hear, man, but that's not too bad. Like, it'll still be there for you. I mean, there's no doubt that you're going to feel a little bit. I mean, I would feel like I'm missing out. Jeez. All right, now they're starting to get aggressive. I would feel I would feel like I was missing out a little bit, truthfully, if I couldn't play it at launch. But it's always going to be there, man. You know, I think it's okay to be a little bit late. It's okay to be a little bit late. You're saying you heard that? Yeah, they're so distracting sometimes. For the majority of the podcast, when they're in here, they're just chilling, laying about, you know. And then there's just these random moments where they start doing crazy stuff, and it's like, guys, I'm trying to keep this show rolling here. But hey, man, I've had that happen before. I've had that happen where a game comes out and you have to miss like the launch, and you have the FOMO really setting in. But they want me to join MVG. No, dude, that's the thing. Is all I would have to do right now is just stomp my foot, because they're probably like 2 feet away from me. All I gotta do is just stomp my foot, and they will jump and go, and they're done. But you know, sometimes I just let them do their thing. I don't want them to perceive me as the bad guy who's always breaking up their whatever it is they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, didn't Sony recently hire a special team to see how they can maximize the limits of the PS5? I feel like you're probably thinking of Haven Studio, because they did say that they are planning to see like what they can do with the PS5 and kind of pushing its limits. But I would assume that honestly, most of Sony's first party studios, like, I have a question for you guys. There's no doubt that a Ghost of Tsushima sequel is in the works. We can all agree on that. All right. Ghost of Tsushima 2 is happening. I don't know if it'll be called that, but a full sequel's in the works. I think it's safe to say that that game started development on PS5, not PS4. We can't say the same about Spider-Man. We can't say the same about God of War Ragnarok, right? But a game like Ghost of Tsushima 2, I think we can say that's going to be a game that started on PS5. Now, when I look at what Sucker Punch could do with Ghost of Tsushima on the PS4, I'm very excited to see what they're going to be able to do with the PS5. And I think that like that's a studio that, and especially you think about like the art style, right? The art style of Ghost of Tsushima. Oh man, dude, I think like a team like that, we're going to see the PS5 pushed. It might be a little while till we see Ghost, you know, but I'm very excited, man. I think that this is why I get so excited about Sony's first party teams, because I can't help it. I just get so excited anytime we see a Sony first party team come out and be like, here's our next big AAA game. Right? Because it doesn't happen that often, but man, it's always amazing when it does. Yeah, they said I don't think they said they're not working on any Infamous games, but man, it would be exciting to see what an Infamous game could look like. Nathan Richardson, you're saying, due to the current economy and rising cost of silicon, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get new consoles until 2030 to have the technology for a proper generational leap. I could see that too. I could see this being a very long generation, and I would be totally okay with that, because the benefit of the longer you go, the better the leap forward, the bigger the leap forward it's going to be. So I'm totally okay with that. Considering we are in just a month, less than a month, in just a couple of weeks, we're going to hit the 2-year mark of these consoles being out. I'm telling you, we have not even gotten remotely close. We haven't scratched the surface to seeing what the PS5 specifically is truly capable of. I do think 2030 might be pushing it a little bit. Like that would be like abnormally long. But I could see it lingering. Like I could see 2028, 2029 around there for sure. So, and also, if it's true that Sony's planning a PS5 Pro, then I think that means, yeah, it will maybe be even longer than we originally envisioned. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I'd be totally okay with that. And again, it would get me very excited to see what Sony could do with the PlayStation 6. Bazooka Long Dong, nice name, saying, but these are partnerships between Sony and Marvel. I'm guessing you want God of War Ragnarok on Xbox, right? No, not. See, no, that's the thing is Sony has to make sure that they are remaining competitive, and putting a game like God of War Ragnarok on Xbox would be the literal opposite of being competitive. And you're right. I understand what you're saying, Bazooka. You're saying these are partnerships, and you're correct. Partnerships are very different from ownership, but they do play a critical role, and they always have. And that's the thing is like the reason why Microsoft probably felt the need that they have to buy publishers and buy these big entities or these significant entities is because they could not really obtain the same type of partnerships, seemingly, or their partnerships just didn't work out the same way as Sony. I mean, if you look at the Xbox One generation, it really seemed like there was a lot of trouble between a lot of the different partnerships that Microsoft had. Compared to Sony, it was kind of the opposite. Sony was just getting partnership after partnership. God, I feel like there's like dust in my nose or a fuzz in my nose or something. And I feel like there is a difference there. I feel like I feel like Sony, as long as they keep doing what they're doing, I think as long as it's not, because I think for right now, it's not just about partnerships with Sony. I think Sony has to continue to invest. I think one of the best things Sony could do is make investments into their partners, into studios, into things that could potentially be bought up if they aren't able to buy them themselves to ensure that they don't ever lose them. There are other things that Sony could do. It just requires them to be a little bit more strategic. But I understand where you're coming from, Bazooka. Magnum Visuals, you're saying Facebook has been stopped in the past, and these regulators would love to send a message that giants are not immune. This deal seems perfect for that. That's true, Magnum Visuals. That's true. And, sometimes we do have to maybe entertain the notion of it being blocked. But for me personally, it's just one of these things where I said it before, I don't want it to be blocked, because I'll tell you, I will not be somebody celebrating if Activision Blizzard gets blocked. I will not, because all I'm going to be thinking to myself is, oh God, now they're going to get somebody that I actually really care about, and that's going to be tough, and I don't want that. I take Bethesda, take Activision Blizzard. I'm cool with that. I can live with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. You go any further than that, I'm going to start sweating. I'm going to start sweating at that point. So, I know Call of Duty is important to Sony, but Call of Duty is less important to me personally than it is to Sony as a company. So, but yeah, that is true, Magnum Visuals. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Blue Streak 320, you're saying, do you think Sony has a variety problem? Ever since PS4 era, most SIE in-house games are high-budget, Western-made action games. Where are the FPS games or Japanese-made games? Well, that's the thing. I do think Sony has a bit of a variety problem, but I think they're working on it actively. It's just that I think it's going to take time. It is taking time. I do expect the next proper full-blown showcase that Sony does, we will see some surprises in the form of, wow, like we're seeing some more diverse games from PlayStation Studios. I do expect that. I would be more surprised if we didn't get that. I do think we're going to see an FPS. It might not necessarily be from one of Sony's first-party studios, but it could be from one of their in-house partners, right? I do think that we will see more Japanese games. I think that these are things that Sony is working on. I mean, I know that Sony has been all in with the high-budget Western action games, and those are not going to stop either. But I've been following PlayStation Studios very closely for a couple years now, and I've been following all the different developments kind of behind the scenes as best I can through job postings and listings and rumors and everything else. And the feeling I get is Sony has a lot of different things in the works that it's easy, I think, to say right now that, Sony hasn't really had as much variety. I would argue Sony has had variety. I would argue that. I'm not going to fully agree that every game's a high budget Western action game. I don't fully agree with that. But I do understand that maybe Sony needs to push a little bit harder, just a little bit harder. And I think that it's easy to assume that's all Sony's doing right now because it's really all we've been seeing for, or not all we've been seeing, but for a little while now, it's been the focus, right? Like, especially this year, it's like, here's a big budget game, Horizon Forbidden West. And that's great, and here's GT7, which is a Japanese game, but it's still like a AAA racing game. And then God of War Ragnarok. So it's understandable why, like, some people, like for me, a game I can't wait to see announced, the next game from Team Asobi. I don't think that's going to be a big budget. I mean, it could be big budget, but it's not going to be a traditional AAA, action title that you would expect to get from Sony. It's going to be something quite the opposite. And that's exciting to me. So I can't, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. But I have a good feeling. I have a good feeling that the next proper show we see from Sony, we're going to see, I think, more variety than we have in quite some time. And that's my hope too. Because I think we can all agree that there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like we know we're going to get a lot of the stuff we already love. We know we're getting Final Fantasy 16, Spider-Man 2, Wolverine. We know we're going to get a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, We know that this type of stuff is coming, but we all want to see some extra stuff as well, some different stuff. My only worry is, like, it's not so much a worry, but like, we saw the rumor, and it's kind of obvious at this point that it's happening, like a standalone Horizon multiplayer game that's going to maybe be in the vein of like a Monster Hunter-esque type game. This is what gets me a little bit nervous. So it's like, all right, I hope that Guerrilla is somehow also working on a little something else, because I don't want to see that happen where you see these teams at Sony, and granted, maybe Guerrilla's a little bit of the outlier here, because I was gonna say that Guerrilla is seemingly becoming the Horizon team, and I don't think they're working on anything new or different. I think everything they're working on is set in the Horizon universe, but the same cannot be said for Santa Monica Studio. Not everything Santa Monica is working on is God of War related. They're working on a brand new IP. Naughty Dog, same thing. Not everything they're working on is going to be purely The Last of Us or Uncharted. They're working apparently on a brand new game. Well, okay, hold on. I gotta reel that back a little bit, because to be fair, Naughty Dog never confirmed it was a new IP. They just said new game. So it could be The Last of Us 3. Could be something Uncharted related. I think we're all just kind of assuming and hoping it's a new IP. But I think the way Sony might operate is it's as simple as if one of Sony's teams says we want to make a new IP, I don't think Sony's going to stop them. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Like, what is going? Do I have like a mustache hair that's like curling up into my nose? Something is tickling my nose and it's driving me absolutely nuts. Oh, there we go. Just pulled out a big mustache hair. I think that was the one, guys. I'm sitting here talking, and every time I'm like opening my mouth, it's making my nose itch. I'm sorry, I know. I don't mean to be so I didn't want to have to acknowledge this. At least MBG's eyelashes aren't falling out. Yeah, true. That was quite unfortunate. I think that was last week. I just had a bunch of eyelashes fall out because that just happens. But dude, it's funny, the spot where it's itching, for some reason, there's like this one hair follicle where it literally, it grows up and curls. It grows this way. It makes no sense. And it's just the only hair that does that. And I'm like, why are you like this? It's extremely annoying. It could be, it could be a nose hair too. That's true. It could be a nose hair. And if that's what it is, see, I think I pulled the mustache hair, and that's what it was, because it's gone now. I had this long hair I just pulled out. Or maybe I did pull it from my nose. I don't know. But there we go, man. I'm going to start trimming my nose hair right on stream. Next stream, I'm going to have a mirror right here. I don't think I actually have a nose hair trimmer, though. But yeah, I'm getting to that point in my life, guys. I'm getting to that point in my life where I have my nose hair, they're starting to grow outside of my nostrils, apparently. Anyway. I appreciate your support, guys. I appreciate your support. True fans here. True fans hanging with me while I'm going through some stuff here. Ear hair. I don't think I have an ear hair problem, but then again, I don't really look at my ears, so at least not like that. Like I'm not like inspecting my ears and seeing, do I have any hair sticking out of my ear? I kind of rely on my wife to let me know that type of stuff, you know? Like I like to think if my ear hair is a problem, or if I have like hair growing out of my ears or something, she'll let me know, surely, right? Yeah, she'll have to. Anyway, before I get too off track here, I'm almost caught up with all the super chats. YJT99 saying Sony would be smart to release PSVR 2 at a lower cost to entice more people. It's an amazing technology that everyone should try. I actually agree with that. I agree with that. The reason why I would love to see Sony do that is because I do think Sony has a bit of an uphill battle with PSVR 2 specifically. And it's not that I don't think anything negative about PSVR 2. I just think that VR has not become that, you know, it's like not the next big thing. I remember when VR first came out and people were talking about it, it really was being positioned as the next big thing. And it's here to stay, I think, for sure, but I don't think it's the next big thing yet. And I think if Sony is really trying to stay dedicated to the VR space, that kind of will be a necessary thing, you know, to try to find ways to get people in the door. And I don't know, we'll see, because it's worth pointing out that you are going to need a PS5 for PSVR 2, so that alone automatically ups the price of entry. And I do think that the cheaper the headset or just the VR 2 kit can be, the cheaper they can get it, even if they're maybe willing to sell it at a loss for a little while. If they can do that, I think it would benefit them a lot. I do. I think that they would see significant sales. And one thing that's worth noting is Sony's planning to sell a lot more PSVR 2 units than PSVR 1. They're planning to ship apparently 2 million units by launch, like at launch. And that's significantly more than the first headset. So that might give us an idea that maybe, just maybe, it could come in at a little bit cheaper than people were anticipating. So thank you for that, man. And Blue Streak 320, becoming a member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Thank you, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you for that. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying, when did games go from dynamic 4K at 60 FPS to 1440p/4K at unstable 30 FPS and devs blaming customers? FWB Montreal. Yeah, when you put it that way, man, it does look pretty bad, doesn't it? It does. And that's the thing. Like, I do think, and this is the final word on this, because I don't want to spend the entire podcast focusing on this. Now my cats are in full-blown attack mode with each other over here. Wow. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was a loud hiss. Leia's done. She's like, we're done. Oh, man. You know what's so funny is every time they get done fighting, every time, like, Leia is the female and Boss is the male, and Leia absolutely kicks Boss's ass every time. And she just like isn't having it. And you could tell she gets like pissed off and like pushes him away and is like, this is over. And I swear, man, Boss just sits there with the dumbest look on his face. It's the funniest thing. Like, he's just like, okay. He always gets his ass beat. Anyway, sorry about that. I really gotta start at some point, like when they get like this, just letting him out. But when you put it that way, Aaron Yogurt, this idea that we're going from dynamic 4K 60 FPS to a lesser resolution at an unstable 30 FPS. I will say this. The best thing, I think, when looking at the situation zoomed out, is for the developers to just not say anything, because it's a losing battle for you. If your game is an unstable 30 FPS, you know why that is as a developer. Like, you know why that is. And I understand that there are other developers that maybe don't know the situation that are trying to like vouch for them and come to their defense. And that's admirable. I get that. Like, fellow developers trying to look out for, other developers. But I just feel like it really is one of these things. Like, if you start, like, the moment you start blaming the customer and kind of, making it sound like we're the problem, like that's just a terrible look, man. If anything, just say maybe, we're sorry. I don't like, if you're going to say anything, blaming customers or blaming people for wanting 60 FPS is the worst thing you can do. It's the worst thing you can do. So it's a weird situation, man. And it does make me wonder, like, going into 2023, are we going to see this happen anymore? Are we going to see more games somehow be locked at 30 FPS? I sure hope not. Hunter says, what are the chances we get a PSVR 2 port of Silent Hill? That I don't know, man. I would love something from Silent Hill for PSVR 2. I would love that, man. But as of right now, there's no indication that there's going to be anything relating to Silent Hill for PSVR 2, unfortunately. But I would absolutely love it. Ford8484 saying God of War would be game of the year if not for Elden Ring. And so with that being said, we are going to talk about God of War Ragnarok. Well, actually, I'm going to read this first. Nemisai, I don't know if I'm destroying your name. I apologize if I am. Or oh my God. Nemisai, your name is Nemesis. Oh man, dude, that was bad. That was like, whoa. Nemisai 850. Yes. Oh man, is it hot in here? Or is it just me? Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot. You know what? You're saying you want your money back. I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you, bro. That was bad. Like, I'm bad with names, but that was like, I should have just not said anything and just stared at your name for a good moment there before I start. Nemisai, I love it. Oh man. Anyway, Nemesis 850 says, which of these PlayStation multiplayer games would you want to be revived? Resistance, Killzone, or SOCOM? I feel like for me, it always comes back down to SOCOM. I can't help it. I think Killzone is a cool series. I think Resistance would be my second choice, because Resistance we haven't seen in a very long time, and I love the premise of Resistance. But the reason why I would just love to see SOCOM is because I don't know. I like that idea, like, of a modern tactical shooter. I would love to just see what Sony could do with a modern tactical shooter in 2022, and who would develop it. Like, what would it look like? What would it play like? I would personally choose SOCOM, but second in line for me is Resistance. And it's nothing against Killzone, but it's just that I feel like Killzone was the most recent of these games that we got, and it would be only fair, I think, to get something new, right? Well, by something new, I just mean something new from a series that's been kind of out there, dormant for a while. So there you go, Nemisai 850. That is what I would choose. I would choose SOCOM. Thank you for the super chat, man. Kipford, even if it made me look really stupid for a moment there. Kipford, you're saying, I'm honestly okay with Guerrilla being Horizon at the moment. Let them finish off the trilogy, then create something new. Yeah, true. That might be what's going on. They might be saying, look, we have our vision. We want to have a multiplayer Horizon game. We want to make sure that we can finish the trilogy. And at that point, it would seem likely that that's when they would probably choose to want to do something brand new. And they might be in the very, 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 very early conceptual stages of something brand new. That's usually how this works with these studios. But I want to talk about God of War Ragnarok now. All right. I have a lot to talk about when it comes to this game. First of all, the previews dropped. All right. So the first previews for God of War Ragnarok dropped, and I feel like we're getting our answer, guys. I do. I mean, obviously, we have to wait for reviews. And I think the review discussion is going to be even more interesting, a lot more interesting than the preview discussion. I want to make it clear that, for me personally, I'm going to talk a lot about the reviews of God of War because it's going to be hard not to. It's going to be impossible not to. But they don't mean anything to me. Just like these previews, I'm going to be honest, they don't really mean much to me. When I've decided that there's a game I'm interested in playing, that I'm excited to play, and it's just a game that, to me, is a must play, I do not care. Like, I don't care what literally anybody else has to say about the game. The only thing that matters to me at that point is I like what I see of this game, I'm sold on this game, and I cannot wait to play it. And if I happen to play it and it's not good, then it's not good. But that like never happens to me. And I'm just prefacing this conversation with this because I already feel like I know what God of War is going to be. I have a extreme confidence. I have an extreme confidence that this game is going to absolutely live up to the expectations that I have for it in my mind. And actually, I'm anticipating that it might surprise me. I'm anticipating that there might be some aspects of this game that are better than what I had expected. But the one thing that I do appreciate about the previews is that they are seemingly confirming what I've been thinking. What I've been saying about God of War Ragnarok for a while now is that, to me, it seems like this game is going to be significantly bigger. And by bigger, I don't mean literally like the game is longer to beat, or that the areas are bigger, or that, it's just like artificially inflated. Not like that. I mean, they're taking everything from the first game that was great, and they're saying, okay, so we're just going to take all this stuff that made God of War 2018 so great, and it's there. But we are going to iterate on that. We are going to build on that, and we are going to make something that was already great even better. And the previews that we're getting from multiple outlets are focused on the first 5 hours of the game. And there are a few key takeaways from what I've been reading, and I'm going to tell you what some of those key takeaways are. Number one, to me, this is the biggest thing. This is the biggest thing because I'm not worried about the story of God of War Ragnarok. By that, I mean, I know it's going to be great. Like, I think everybody knows. I think everybody knows that the story of God of War Ragnarok is going to be epic. It's going to be insane. It's going to be... I mean, I could see something happening that is considered maybe controversial. That's just pure speculation. I am prepared for something like that. But nonetheless, I think it's going to be epic. And I think on that front, like, I have no worries at all. The only thing that I was really wondering about is the combat. Because the combat in God of War 2018 is really, really good. Like, I'm replaying the game, and it's really good. But you can tell to a certain degree that there are some aspects where you get a sense, like, not that they were limited, but that because they were starting over again, right? Because in the combat of God of War 2018, it's so dramatically different from the previous games that most of the focus had to be on getting it right, getting the foundation right. And they do have a lot of variety, even in God of War 2018. But I was really wondering with God of War Ragnarok, how much further can you go? And from what I've been reading, apparently they have gone quite a bit further with the combat in this game. People are saying that basically it's been expanded upon to a degree in which in the first couple of hours of playing this game, it already feels like you have way more at your disposal than you did even throughout the entirety of the first game. And one other thing that I did read about that I think is awesome, and I think you guys are going to be really happy to hear this too, for anybody who missed it, something that I've heard is that you are going as Kratos to be a lot more vicious and violent with your destruction, with the way you destroy creatures and enemies in this game. Like, basically, you're going to be doing a lot more ripping apart and just, smashing and crushing. Like, and I feel like that was something that was sorely lacking in God of War 2018, truthfully, is I noticed that, yeah, you can go up to an enemy and press R3, but it's pretty limited. Like, there aren't too many opportunities for it unless you go out of your way to create them. And when you do create them, there weren't that many different animations, right? And it seems like this time around, they have made sure that, at least, again, for the first 5 hours, they've made sure that there is a lot more enemy variety. And that is, I think, very much needed as well, because I think that was one of the more minor criticisms of God of War 2018. As we know, no game is truly perfect, right? Like, any game that's considered a masterpiece, you could still find some flaws. And that's how it's going to be. There are obviously going to be some flaws in Ragnarok. There's flaws in every game if you look hard enough. But I feel like that was one of those things where when people did have to kind of talk about some of the potential flaws of God of War 2018, one of the areas was, it maybe could have used a little bit more enemy variety. And I think that that's something that you could just tell that Santa Monica Studio has been taking all this feedback in and just making sure that they nail all of this stuff and correct all of this stuff with the sequel. I see somebody saying every game can be improved upon. And exactly, man. And for as much of a masterpiece as God of War 2018 is, I think that that's kind of what's really beginning to just get me to a point where it's like, okay, this is what I like to hear. This is exactly what I was hoping for. This is exactly what I was anticipating. And just the idea that what I can now expect with the first 5 hours, roughly 5 hours of God of War Ragnarok is, number one, more enemy variety. Like, I think it was Game Informer who said that there's actually more enemy variety in the first 5 hours of the game in terms of different minor enemies, but also different mini bosses than in the entirety of God of War 2018. I want that to sink in for a second. They said that there is more enemy variety in the first 5 hours of Ragnarok than there is in the entirety of God of War 2018. That's incredible. Like, that is pretty insane, actually. I'm having a difficult time believing that, because that's, considering Ragnarok is going to be like a 20-hour story, but like a 40-hour game total. That's crazy. And also hearing that Kratos is going to have that, like, they're bringing back that brutality to a. You're saying no? I think they said the entirety of most games. In the Kind of Funny preview, they said that no mini bosses were repeat design. I love that. See, that's awesome. That's all. That's what I love to hear, man. And I just love that they're bringing back some of. See, that's what's getting me really, really excited about this game, man. Is I get the feeling with God of War Ragnarok, and even in God of War 2018. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like in God of War 2018, I feel like we didn't really see Kratos truly go back to, like, his, like, true, like, brutal self. I feel like he was very close at times, but he still kind of held it together, even in, like, the most crucial moments. And I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like Kratos might. I feel like we're just going to see him reach another level in this. Like, I think we're going to see Kratos potentially break in Ragnarok. And that's what gets me very excited, because everything I've seen in the trailer so far, there was this one shot in the last trailer that we got that it really has kind of stuck with me a little bit, because I'm like, damn, that's an interesting shot of Kratos where the camera it's kind of like looking up at him, and Kratos is basically looking down at someone or something, and he's got blood all over him, but he has this look on his face, like he's just like, he has like this look of fear on his face, like this look of Like he looks shook, and that to me is like, damn, dude, like this is Kratos that I'm looking at right now. And when Kratos looks shook about something, you know something's going down, man. So I can't wait. The combat sounds like it's going to be so much better this time around, or just so much, I don't want to say better, but just so greatly improved upon. And I do want to talk a little bit about the story there. So the thing is, there are no story spoilers. When I say I'm talking about the story, I'm just talking about, for example, one of the things that really stuck out to me was, I think it was VGC. Yeah, I think I just covered this yesterday. VGC claims that there are more, and again, I find this difficult to believe, but then again, maybe not. Apparently, VGC is saying that there are more. I feel like I gotta read the actual quote to you guys, because I can't do it justice unless I read it. I have it right here. VGC says there are literally more iconic moments in the game's first 60 minutes than most games get in their entire runtime. What is going to happen in the first hour of this game? Think about that. More iconic moments in the game's first hour than most games get in their entire runtime? That's insane, dude. It's stuff like that. It's stuff like that that makes me feel like, what is it? Like, what is this game, man? What are we about to witness here? And it really, it's lines like that that get me truly excited, because I don't know, man. I've been waiting for this game. I loved Horizon Forbidden West. You guys know my hype for Horizon Forbidden West was very high, and that game was awesome. But I cannot lie, my excitement for God of War Ragnarok is simply on another level. And it's been quite some time, truly, since a game of God of War's caliber, I guess you could say, a game of this caliber has been released, and to me personally. And I am just, I'm excited, man. So basically what I'm trying to tell you guys is this game is previewing really, really well. I don't think anybody anticipated that it would preview negatively. I don't think anybody thought that it would preview negatively, but it's just, the previews that I've been coming across, the worst thing I've seen, I want to say this too, because I don't want to just talk about the good. The worst thing I've seen, and I'm not exaggerating here, the worst criticism I've seen thus far from the previews, and only a few individuals are saying this, is people saying that it feels like a PS4 game. Whatever that means. Like, I don't even know what that means. I loved PS4 games. I mean, I guess maybe they're conveying that you can sense that this isn't like a from the ground up PS5 game, but then again, it's like, well, development for it started in 2018, so clearly it started development on the PS5. Yeah, it is literally a PS4 game. I get that, but it's like, if that's the worst thing that people are saying, like, I think maybe they were saying there are still some segments where you might have to walk through a little tunnel for loading, and that maybe that something like that has to be on the PS5 version because it has to be on the PS4 version, and there was no way for them to just remove that for the PS5 version. I get that. Like that, like, fine. That's not like, to me, I can hardly see that as a negative. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I've already accepted this is a cross-gen game. It's a cross-gen game. And we're probably not going to see more true PS5 games from Sony till next year. And I'm okay with that. And, I think if anything, it's like, I'm going to be honest, guys. You're going to see a different take from me here than what you usually hear. You're going to get a different take from me. All right. I'm going to say that I'm actually happy God of War Ragnarok is coming to PS4. I'm saying this because, they're closing, like, this is the closure for this mythology. I'm going to have to get up and let my cats out. They're really trying to get out. I'm saying this because this isn't the second one before we get the third one in a trilogy. This is the closing act for the Norse saga. And considering it started on PS4, I feel like, okay, I'm totally cool with the idea of anybody who doesn't have a PS5 yet, you're not going to miss out on this specific game, right? And I guess it's just one of these things where it's like, it's already coming to PS4. I could be upset that it's cross-gen, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's cross-gen. It's here. It's coming to PS4. Rather than get upset about it, I'm just going to look at the other side of the coin and say, you know what? I'm happy, man. More PlayStation fans are going to be able to play this game. And if this game is going to be as good as we're thinking it's going to be, hey, man, I can't be upset about it. Like, I'm not going to be upset, that there are going to be people who maybe can't afford a PS5 yet. They just can't get one for whatever reason. I'm not going to be upset that this game, they're going to be like, you know what? I gotta play this. God of War is my favorite game. I'm totally cool with that. Now, I will say, the only reason I'm being so lenient right now, though, is because I feel this is the swan song for the PS4. It's just funny to think that we were saying the same thing about Ghost of Tsushima. We were saying that Ghost of Tsushima was the PS4 swan song. No, it seems like God of War Ragnarok is the swan song. And I will say, going into 2023, there's going to be no circumstance where I say I'm happy that this game is releasing on PS4. No circumstance, because we're in 2023 at that point. But yeah, I'm just maybe it's just this is what happens. I'm just so lost in the hype of God of War that I don't even care at this point that it's cross-gen. All right, let me see. We have Lancelot C. You're saying, what's going on with Sony's marketing for God of War? Absolutely sus, and I can't help get a little upset. Coming from an Xbox fan, also love what you do. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. I don't know. I don't know that there's anything sus about it. I think if anything, it's just that if I had to guess, Sony is still playing God of War pretty close to the chest, believe it or not. I was kind of shocked that with these previews, they didn't release new gameplay. Like, they're still with raw gameplay footage. They're not letting it out. And I don't think it's anything to be suspicious about, because it's going to come out. I will tell you this. I'm fully anticipating that on November 3rd, when the reviews for God of War drop, I think we're going to get a barrage of gameplay. I don't think it's going to be spoiler gameplay. Like, they're not going to be able to show spoilers, but we will see a barrage of gameplay. And the only time I would really get suspicious, because I would be very like, what's going on here, is if for some reason, and this is unheard of, and it's not going to happen, but if for some reason they were like, I'm reviewing God of War Ragnarok, but I can't show you footage, that's not going to happen. Like, when this game's reviews come out, you're going to see a lot of footage all at once. And you know why? I'm telling you, I think it's obvious why Sony did this now. Do you want to know why? I think Sony wanted to hold back as much gameplay as possible and only show the bare minimum that they have to in trailers, simply because I don't think it has anything to do with spoilers, guys. Because if you think about it, we get games all the time like that are really, big story-driven games with a ton of stuff that could be spoiled, but we still get plenty of gameplay. I think it's because people are going to be so impressed with gameplay that it's like a double whammy, if you think about it. If you make it so that the time you are seeing the most amount of gameplay that's blowing your mind is at the same time the high review scores are coming out, it's kind of like I don't know. In my opinion, it kind of creates a whole nother layer of potential hype for the game. Truthfully, I just feel like it's going to feel like when I said it just feels like it's going to feel like, Jesus. I feel like when these reviews drop on November 3rd, it's going to feel like we're getting a 2-for-1. That's what I think. I think we're going to be getting the reviews, and let's be honest, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't like doing that. I don't want to say that it's a guarantee that this game is going to get high review scores, but all signs point to this game reviewing very positively. You couple that with we're finally getting like our first look at raw, like uncut gameplay, combat, mini bosses. I think basically what Sony's trying to do is generate the most amount of hype they possibly can starting November 3rd. That's just going to be like a tsunami going to the launch on November 9th. That's what I think. Now, I do see a lot of people saying spoilers, and I'm telling you, that doesn't hold up to me. To me, that doesn't hold up because it's like, if there was ever a game that Sony should have been scared to death about when it comes to any spoilers to the point where they're like, we can't show anything, it would be The Last of Us Part 2. And even that game got like a 15-minute dedicated gameplay demonstration. And I think we all know that there are going to be plenty of moments in God of War Ragnarok where you're just playing the game and there's not anything major going on with the story. It's just like combat, like I don't think it would be a spoiler necessarily if Sony decided we're going to show a 10-minute gameplay section where you go through this area, you fight some enemies, and then at the end it ends with a mini boss. I don't think that would happen. I don't think that people would consider that a spoiler. So that's my prediction with that when it comes to the marketing. I think Sony's trying to basically have the water be somewhat calm right now. And as soon as these reviews drop, it's like, here comes the tidal wave. That's what I think is happening. Godslayer Tactician, you're saying SMS said the game is bigger than they envisioned. Even though Henderson said it was 20 hours, there's way too many characters to wrap up. Well, that's the thing. I did see people, we got the report that beating God of War's main story and not doing any side content will be about 20 hours, including like 3.5 hours of cutscenes. I saw people basically saying that they feel underwhelmed by that. Like that's not long enough. And I disagree wholeheartedly with that sentiment. To me, that sounds perfect. Like assuming, well, the thing is I'm going to do the side stuff. So 40 hours for me is more than enough for a single player game like God of War Ragnarok. But the most important thing to me, and this is the most important thing to me with most games, I can play games and I can also enjoy games that have some padding. I don't mind. Like, I really don't. I'm not so against it that it's like if I have to do any grinding or anything that feels like any padding, I'm going to be upset. No. But I do feel like a game like God of War in particular benefits greatly from having as little padding as possible. And the one thing about that, at least the one thing that I thought was clear when they talked about with Ragnarok, how they thought about, we were going to make it a trilogy, but then we decided it would actually be better served if we just wrap it up with the second game. This tells me that when they were mapping out how they could do the trilogy by doing, 2 more games, that there probably would have been quite a bit of padding, truthfully, to make that happen. I mean, there had to have been, because the fact that you can say, you know what, rather than making 2 games that equate to about 80 to 100 hours with maybe, a good chunk of that game, maybe a third of that game or more being potentially padding, what if we just we just whittle out, trim all the fat, just make it as tight and as intense moment to moment, and make it so that every moment, every hour is as impactful as it possibly can. Because like this said, I want to refer to the VGC article one more time where they say the first 60 minutes of this game, the first hour of the 20 hours or potentially 40 hours, depending on how you play it, of this game had more iconic moments packed into it than apparently to them the entirety of most games. To me, it makes it clear that they want to make it so that every turn, every new area you enter, every couple of minutes, there's just something new and significant happening, and there are just so few moments where you're repeating something. And that is interesting to me. And I feel like a game like God of War Ragnarok can probably benefit great. I really believe it could benefit greatly from it. I believe a lot of games could benefit greatly from that. And it's so interesting because if you think about it, they could have, if they really wanted to maximize, I guess you could say, profit and kind of milk it, they definitely could. And it would be justifiable. If they wanted to do 3 games and they wanted to add a little bit more padding and they wanted to keep the fat in, they definitely could. And that's what's so interesting to me about this is what they're doing is kind of the opposite of what you see traditionally in anything. Anytime something is a massive hit and it's this successful, you usually see let the milking begin, right? And it can get kind of sad sometimes. But that's not what they're doing here. They are seemingly like, look, we want this thing to be the complete package. And you're saying it's because it won't end with Ragnarok. That's the thing, man, is you really got to wonder. I mean, guys, if there was ever a game's ending that I am truly interested to know, like, what is going on here? Where are we going to be left at the end of all of this? Saying Kratos going to Egypt. I mean, it seems like, yeah, that's a good prediction that we can make, but do we really know that? Do we really know that Kratos will even be in the next game? I mean, truly, I know people are like, oh, he can't die, but it's like, guys, if Sony Santa Monica really decided that we want to kill off Kratos, I'm not saying that they should. I'm just saying if they wanted to, they could. Like, we don't get to decide whether Kratos lives or dies, And I'm not saying that I'm anticipating that he will die. I personally think it would be a mistake. I don't, unless they're ready to end the God of War series, I just don't see them. I don't see how God of War could continue without Kratos. He is literally the God of War, But if there's, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're saying Barlog said he doesn't see God of War without Kratos, and that makes sense. I agree with that. I think you could have like spin-offs for sure. Like, I think you could probably give Atreus his own game where Kratos either isn't involved or just makes a very small cameo. That's like a side thing, like a Miles Morales thing. But I feel like Kratos, I don't know, man. He has to persist. But at the same time, because I have to admit to you guys right now, I have to admit that like the idea, if I went into God of War Ragnarok assuming that Kratos literally cannot die at all, like he has plot armor, he's invincible, like nothing bad could happen to him, I would be a lot less interested in this new game, because the way I'm looking at it is Kratos is going to be pushed, and Kratos, I know he's died before. I know. And I guess you could argue that even if he dies in this, he could come back for sure. But I just want to see the stakes raised. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Kratos, he's always been this kind of character where he's like, he is unkillable. Like, he is invincible pretty much. And you could, and maybe I'm thinking too simply here. Maybe there are different ways they could go, different directions they could go in with that idea of Kratos being invincible, right? But we'll see. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for this game. MBG, that is not true at all. LOL, he is immortal. Golf. Oh, here we go. Nemesis. Did you fix your name? There we go. You said, just wanted to give you a second chance to say my name right. By the way, I just changed my the way my name is displayed for the first time in 15 years. Hey, man, you didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it, because I will admit, like, it is a lot easier for me to read it now. I'm not over here sounding like I'm having a stroke. So thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. That was nice of you. Oh, man. Yeah, that'll go down as a memorable one for sure. So good stuff, dude. Good stuff. Thank you for the super chats, dude. Subtext, you're saying anyone thinking, anyone, hold on. A one thing I really liked hearing was that the shields will allow for very different combo styles, and they felt encounters required a bit more thinking. Yeah, definitely. That's something that you could tell. I think based off of what I've been reading as well, that you could tell they put a lot more into the shield combat this time, and it is interesting to think like that is an area that probably was underutilized to a degree in God of War 2018. And yeah, this is why I want to see, like, I am interested in seeing more footage, because if the combat really is as fleshed out and as good as everybody's saying, like, I want to see this. We got like the smallest tease of the combat from Game Informer, and that was a little while ago at this point. So I'm excited for the shield combat. I will say one of the things I always enjoyed doing though in God of War 2018 is just, you know, going barehanded with Kratos. Like, it always felt so cool, you know? I kind of hope they fleshed that out too a little bit, for sure. Will Kratos ever say never heard of it? That would be funny. That'd be great if he did. All right. Let's see. We got Ford8484 saying, what difficulty do you play God of War at? Challenge mode seems to be the sweet spot, but we'll try God of War mode. Well, right now, I'm just playing it on normal just because I'm trying to casually get reacquainted with it and get through the story beats again leading up to the sequel. I didn't really want to, like, because that's the thing is it can take me a little while to get reacquainted with games. And that's what's so funny, because like coming back to God of War 2018, it's been so long since I played it. It feels like I never played it, if that makes sense. Like it's not coming back to me as quickly as I thought it would. I'm having to get reacquainted with the combat and learning it again. But I remember when I see somebody asking if I talked about Silent Hill yet. Not yet. I remember when I was in the thick of playing God of War, though, I was doing real good, you know. Remember facing the Valkyries and just trying, and you know, you start to get to that point where you're like, now you're getting to the point where you're beginning to master the combat. And but you know, I very much do see myself playing Ragnarok on a harder difficulty. Maybe not my first playthrough. I always like to just keep my first playthroughs at the normal difficulty, because I just kind of believe that that's what the developers intended. And by the time I finish the game, obviously I feel like I'm very acquainted with the combat and it starts to feel a lot easier. And so by that point, I probably will, you know, if I do a second playthrough, up the difficulty. But it also depends. Sometimes if I'm playing a game and I'm just like breezing through it, I will increase the difficulty, because I don't like that. I don't like a game feeling too easy. Let me see. So yeah, God of War mode, I can honestly say I never played it at that yet, but I could see myself giving it a try, for sure. Giving it a try in Ragnarok. Yeah, the Valkyrie boss fights were very satisfying. Yeah, that was, to me, that was like where you could really start to see the combat in God of War 2018 shine, and just some of the crazy things that you could pull off, that you had to beat some of those fights. So definitely looking forward to it, man. Bazooka Longdong, you're saying will Kratos ever fight Jesus? Man, I hope not, because that would be that would be weird, straight up. Like, that would be, because I just, first of all, I don't think Jesus would ever fight Kratos. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? Like, that's not what Jesus does. You know, I feel like Jesus would be totally, like, I want you to think of God of War 2018, okay? And instead of Baldur being the one that knocks on Kratos' door, it's Jesus. And when Kratos says, like, I don't know what you want, I don't know who you are, like, leave me be, I feel like Jesus would have been like, okay, have a pleasant day, sir. Sorry to bother you. You know what I mean? Like, game ends, credits roll. That's what would have happened if it's, you know, I just don't know that it would excuse me, I don't know that it would make much sense. But like from a controversy standpoint, Sony would never let that happen, dude. Like it would never let that happen. Saying, man, MBG is mispronouncing everything today. What did I say? What did I say wrong here? What did I say wrong here? Did I say Balder? Am I saying his name wrong? But I will say, like, all in all, things are looking really good. Did I say Boulder? My bad. Boulder. I will say, all in all, God of War Ragnarok is looking like it's going to live up to the hype. And that's the thing that I want to end this particular topic on. I feel like, I mean, you know what's interesting is you can tell the developers are very nervous. You can tell the developers are very nervous about how this game's going to review because, they know the expectations that people have, and they know the bar that's set with God of War 2018. And it's very rare in situations like this, guys. And this is what I have to emphasize. It's very rare that when you get a game as successful as God of War 2018, a game that's just considered near flawless and just held up as one of the biggest masterpieces in gaming, it's very, very, very hard to live up to that, let alone surpass it again. It's one of the most difficult things to do. And so the pressure on Santa Monica Studio is immense. And that's something that we should acknowledge. And you can tell the developers are feeling it because they are they are eager to see how it's going to review. And I just hope that people, because this is one other thing that people have been asking me about, like they want me to give my Metacritic prediction, and I'll do that. But I hope people realize that God of War could get like an 88 or even an 87 and not be in the 90s and still be a phenomenal game. I know that people are like the expectations are so high that for some reason we're at a point where if a Sony game doesn't get a 90 or higher on Metacritic, it's almost looked at as, I don't want to say a failure, but almost like meh, and that's just bizarre to me. And I guess maybe that's just the nature of, high expectations. But I'm going to be honest, I do not see God of War Ragnarok truthfully getting lower than a 90. I would be pretty surprised, only because of everything we're hearing. I mean, like you could just feel the hype, and but it is worth noting, reviewers are in the process of playing it right now, and the last time we talked about God of War, well, I wasn't talking about it at the time, but the last time God of War came out and it got review scores, it blew people away. It was getting 10s across the board, dude. It was really, I think it shocked. I think it shocked people. And that's the thing now, is the only thing that I think would shock people right now is if it ended up getting a lower score. And so that's the nature of success, man. That's the nature of success, is once the bar gets raised higher and higher, it gets more difficult. Like, it just becomes easier and easier to slip lower. And I think that's what I'm going to be most interested in. The review scores will have no influence on me at all. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if this game gets a higher Metacritic score than God of War 2018, what is God of War 2018 at? Let me see. I think it's at like a 94. God of War Metacritic. Yeah, it's at a 94 based on 118 reviews. That's incredible. That's insane. That's really high. Yeah, see, oh man, that's going to be so hard to that is going to be so hard to match, let alone to surpass get to my oh my god, come on. I accidentally exited out of my screen here and wow, is this really going to do this to me right now? Okay, there we go. Okay, it's fixed. Sorry about that. So yeah, it's sitting at a 94, and it's going to be so hard for this game to match that. But you know, if it were to get a 94 again or a 95 or something, yeah, I would be. That would get me even more hyped because just knowing what it takes to match that again. Oh yeah, I would be all over that. But if it comes in lower, like than people are expecting, it's not going to influence me at all. And I'll judge it for myself, obviously, you know, because I played God of War 2018. I know why that game sits at a 94. And if God of War Ragnarok comes in at like an 88 or an 86 or something like that, I'm going to be very curious to know, like, what about it? Like, why exactly is it not as good this time, you know, compared to the others? And I'll judge it for myself. But yeah, that's the thing, man, is I can say confidently that just based off of everything I've seen of God of War Ragnarok so far, it's going to be a great game, dude. Like, I don't think reviews matter for a game like this. I don't. Like, I just don't. I don't see how they could. Like, how I feel like at this point, you're either on the God of War hype train or you're not. You know? And I just don't know how many people are basically sitting around being like, I gotta wait to see the reviews of it. Like, listen, there are people who have, pun intended, an axe to grind with PlayStation, with Sony, especially in 2022. And maybe even with God of War. And I'm not saying that these are the people reviewing the game, but just make no mistake that there are people who have an axe to grind, and they do have an agenda, and they do have a bias, and that can go in the other way too. You know, there are certainly reviewers who, you know, like PlayStation review outlets that get review copies, and they give certain games like much higher scores than even for PlayStation than you would have expected. You know what I mean? It'd be like Destruction All Stars when that game launched. You know, it'd be like a PlayStation outlet reviewing that game and giving it like an 8.5 or 9 out of 10. It's like, it's really hard not to believe there isn't some bias here, but there are people who are going to try to dismantle God of War Ragnarok. And frankly, I you know, I'm not paying attention to any of that because I just don't care. You know, like, I'm going to pay attention to the positivity right now because all I'm seeing for God of War is good stuff. And again, there is people trying to create fake drama. It's so sad. It's so pathetic, but it's happening. Just like it does all the time with many different things. People are trying to create fake drama with, you know, oh, it's a PS4 game. I'll say it's a PS4 game, you know, and I've seen this like from a couple individuals. And the thing about them saying this is that they're getting a lot of, they're generating a lot of conversation and controversy. And it's just so dumb. Like, I don't even know anymore what's going on. Like, is it that the people who are saying it, who are playing it right now, are they trying to say it in a negative way? Because I feel like that's kind of what they're doing. I'm going to be honest. Like, I did see what these people were saying, and they are trying to frame it in a way that we should be not as happy about God of War Ragnarok because it's releasing on PS4 and it feels like a PS4 game. And I'm just like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I know that there are, like, you know, there's some radical people on the internet that get a little bit too crazy where it's like they're going berserk. they're going berserk on certain reviewers for even saying that. And I think it's a little bit like, let's calm down. It's not that, like, it's just a couple people's opinions, you know, like, I think it's okay to point that out. I think it's okay, but here's what I'm wondering. These people who were saying this about God of War Ragnarok, where they're like, you know, I'm enjoying God of War Ragnarok, but one thing I can say is this is definitely a PS4 game, not a next-gen game. For the people who are saying that, does that mean we're going to take a point off? Does that mean we take 2 points off? I don't know. What do you think they're going to do? And that's what upsets me a little bit here. Potentially upsets me, because it's like, to me, that doesn't seem right. I understand that a review is subjective, and that maybe I can't say. I cannot tell a reviewer that you cannot take a point off this game, or you cannot dock points on this game because you don't feel it's next gen, because I can't, like, that's not my decision to make. That's their decision. If for some reason somebody plays God of War Ragnarok and they decide, hey, this game, I could have enjoyed it more if I knew it wasn't actually a PS4 game, I can't turn to that person and say they're wrong. I think it's silly, but I can't say they're wrong in how they feel. But that's the one thing that I'm kind of interested to know. And that's the one thing that they didn't really explain. Or maybe they did. I didn't read enough. I didn't care enough. But I do wonder, like, for those who are playing it right now and they're like, you know, it does feel like a PS4 game. The only thing I'm really curious about is, like, well, how much of a negative is that to you? Like, is it making the gameplay experience? Because these are the same people. I just want to make it known that, you know, these are likely the same people who are coming out here, and when certain games from Sony are announced to be releasing on PC, right? They're the same people that are, like, advocating for, like, yeah, let more people play these games. This is great. Like, is that not applied here as well? Or is it because you're picking and choosing? Like, it's not great now because you want it to be more next gen. You see what I'm saying? This is why I don't pay too much attention to what other people think about video games I'm excited about. Because the reality is, you could take something that you love, that you enjoy. You will find people, not just one person either. You will find, and you can very easily find people who will explain to you with a 6-hour PowerPoint presentation why you are absolutely wrong for liking that thing, and why the thing you like is inherently flawed. And depending on what it is you like, it could be the worst thing in the world. You know, it's like when I see people, like, one of the things I've seen growing a lot, and it's really popular now, more than ever before, is I constantly, when I'm scrolling through YouTube, I see these, like, 4, 5, 6 hour, like, video essays on, like, things that are coming out of people who are just so angry. Like, they decided to make a 5-hour video essay, practically like, it's insane, on something that they claim to dislike and hate. And that's why I'll never listen to people like that, because it's like, I know what I need to know about you as a person. Like, anybody who puts that much energy into something they claim to not like, there's a little bit more going on there underneath the surface, and I don't care. Like, your opinion to me is irrelevant, you know? And that's not me saying that I want to hear what I want to hear from people. It's not that. But you know what would be meaningful to me? Somebody who is going to basically come out and say, you know, I didn't like this thing, but I'm going to explain to you how it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's maybe not the best thing to me either. To me, that's worth listening to and worth paying attention to. And I don't know, man, when I hear some people coming out and being like, oh, it feels like a PS4 game, it starts to feel a little bit like, I don't know if you're the person that I should be paying attention to at all, when it comes to, you know, seeking opinions on video games. But hey, that's the beauty of it. And I want to emphasize that. That's the beauty of it. So many different opinions, so many different takes that, it can be a good thing. It can be a bad thing. It can be good because you'll find a diverse slate of opinions, but sometimes there can be so many that it gets overwhelming. And sometimes the best thing to do is to retract and just come to your own conclusion. KD, you're saying, be prepared for God of War Ragnarok to get the same treatment every Sony game got this generation, where reviewers unfairly nitpick it to death. 88 on meta incoming. It's interesting you mentioned that, man, because this whole notion of God of War Ragnarok feeling like a PS4 game, what's funny is I don't recall literally anybody, not a single reviewer, and if this reviewer exists, I miss them. I don't recall a single person nitpicking Elden Ring for being also a PS4 game. That didn't seem to have any impact whatsoever on how they felt about the game. And this is where you begin to wonder. You talk about unfair treatment. You talk about scrutiny and how it seems to change based on, well, what exactly are we scrutinizing? Who's it coming from? What's the expectation behind it? And that's what's fascinating to me, because that's absolutely true, man. Like, I don't recall literally anybody citing the fact that Elden Ring is a PS4 game as well, and it doesn't make it any less of a masterpiece in their mind. Because you're saying Elden Ring is a next-gen feeling open world. I disagree. I'm not disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. The reason why I'm disagreeing is because what exactly qualifies as a next-gen open world? I played Elden Ring, and there were plenty of moments in that game where it's just felt like any other open world. Just, if you want to talk about the surprising, I think, this is where I'm going to say, like, I don't think it's that Elden Ring's open world feels next gen. I think it feels like, I think it feels like an evolution that goes beyond every other, like most open worlds that we've received. I think that it has a surprise factor to it. I think it has a sense of wonder to it that most games don't have. And if that's what you mean by next gen, I actually can agree with that. There is that sense of like, oh man, like I have no idea what I'm going to encounter next. And that can be an extremely powerful feeling in any open world game. But what I will say is that it doesn't, like, if you play that game on PS4 though, regardless of how innovative some people may feel that open world is, it still plays like a PS4 game at 30 frames per second on your PS4. And that's the point I'm trying to get at. That's all I'm trying to get at, it's that you begin to see that people, it's part of being human and having opinions, but God of War Ragnarok will be judged differently in certain areas than Elden Ring due to where it's coming from. Just like certain Microsoft games will be judged differently because it's Microsoft. You know what I mean? There is a sense of influence that no one can stop and no one can necessarily control either. It's just the way it is. And I don't know who makes the decision. I think it's just a natural thing that occurs. But yeah, dude, Subtext, you're saying God of War 2018 is still one of the best looking games ever. Dude, I've been playing that on my PS5 at 60 FPS, and I can agree. I'm shocked at how well it holds up. I'm like, this game does still look very good. Very, very, very good. And it makes me wonder how much better the new one's going to look. Because it's going to look better. I would argue that God of War felt more like a next-gen game when it came out. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. God of War, when a game like that looks so good on PS4, it was like, well, man, maybe this is going to retract. This is going to take away from the next one that comes out, on the PS5. Could be a possibility. Godslayer Tactician, you're saying all mainline God of War games are in the 90s and have received universal acclaim, and even the OG trilogy is highly regarded. I trust Santa Monica Studio on this. And that's a very great point. If there's one thing that Santa Monica Studio has absolutely been with every God of War, seemingly, you talk about the mainline games, is yes, they have been extremely consistent and the quality is always there. So I this is what I'm saying. Like, there's no reason for me to, or anybody else, I think, to really doubt. I think it's just you get a little bit nervous when you start to see people coming out and being like, but it feels like a PS4 game. It's like, a lot of PS4 games got 10 out of 10s, man. Like, a lot of PS4 games got 10 out of 10s. You know that, right? That's what bothers me, man. That's what bothers me a little bit, because it's like the whole 30 FPS conversation in a way, you know, where it's like a lot of these 10 out of 10 games were also locked at 30 FPS. And I guess that's just how expectations change with the times, and that's normal. That's to be expected. I'm not going to pretend like that's not a real thing. It absolutely is. Let me see here. KD, you're saying, I already seen some fear, uncertainty, and doubt going around where influencers are saying it's, quote, more of the same, end quote. You mean more of the same generation defining gameplay? Dude, I'm telling you now, that's going to really... That will grind my gears and get under my skin if I start to see that nonsense. Because I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear more of the same when Call of Duty, granted the review scores for it haven't come out yet, but you know it's going to get great review scores and no one's going to be saying it's more of the same, even though it's literally more of the same on a yearly basis. No offense to Call of Duty. I'm just saying this is what I mean. This is what I mean when people pick and choose and they decide that they're going to be harder on certain things than others for reasons. And that's not cool, you know? Like, you're right. More of the same generation defining gameplay and storytelling. That's the type of stuff if somebody wants to say, oh, it's more of the same, I really need to know why, like, what exactly is bad about that? And I need you to explain it to me thoroughly, because even a game like Elden Ring, you could apply that logic to Elden Ring. Elden Ring is more of the same. It plays just like Dark Souls. The game, like the combat, the gameplay, no matter what build you're choosing, it plays just like Dark Souls, and it does, and that's not a bad thing. So it just, in the same sense, it's not fair to say it to a game like Elden Ring. It's not fair to say, like, and another reason I would get really annoyed by that, if that's what they were to say, is because at that point, it's almost like what somebody's saying. You're saying Dark Souls is not an open world, and that's true, but that's where I'm saying it's like, so you're telling me that the only way God of War Ragnarok could feel different is if they went open world, even though we've established that most games probably that weren't open world games don't need to go open world. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself here. We don't know how God of War is going to review, but it's just, I guess, KD, you're probably right, man, because we are already seeing some of that nonsense where it's more of the same. Like, whatever, man. And if that, I'll tell you right now, if that's what this is going to turn into, if it's going to turn into it's just more of the same from Sony, well, then screw it. Bring on more of the same, because whatever you're calling more of the same is the stuff that I love. That's what I love. And I'll take it any day. So please keep it coming. If that's the road we're going to end up going down. Hopefully not. Hopefully not, KD. Magnum Visuals says, I think Jesus would let Kratos punch him in the cheek until he dies of exhaustion, and then the credits would roll. Well, I guess that, yeah, at that point, it really would be turning the other cheek, right? Magnum Visuals, I love how you really thought about this, though, man. Magnum Visuals was like, he's sitting there for a good 5 or 10 minutes really thinking about, man, Kratos versus Jesus. What would that be like? And he's like, I'm going to super chat this to MBG. I got to tell MBG this right now. I think this is what happened. This is what would happen if Jesus and Kratos, were to meet. And for some reason, Kratos was angry with him. I love it, dude. I love it. Gotta drink some of my tea now. Fate only binds you if you let it. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see how the story of Ragnarok unfolds, too. Let me see here. KD, again, you're saying the cross-gen criticism is the worst. What honestly looks better than Horizon Forbidden West and God of War Ragnarok? And then the industry has zero smoke for Microsoft mandating the industry to make games for the Xbox Series S. Can't have it both ways. Absolutely right, dude. Katie, if there's one thing I've learned covering PlayStation and covering gaming for this long is that the hypocrisy runs rampant. I mean, frankly, hypocrisy runs rampant everywhere, not just gaming, but just keeping it gaming here. You're absolutely right, man. And it's to me, it's gotten to a point where it's 99.9% of the time not even worth pointing out. It's not worth pointing out the hypocrisy because you pointing it out is not going to stop it. And the worst part about it, and this is truly the sad state of humanity to a degree, and maybe humanity has always been like this, not everybody. But the sad reality is that people don't care. People do not care. They don't care if they're hypocritical. They don't care if they're objectively wrong. They don't care about facts. They don't care. Humanity is good at making sure that perception is reality. And that's what humanity is good at. And not everybody, as I said, is that way. But you better believe that when it comes to the masses, when it comes to, especially in today's day and age with social media and how easily influenced people are, it's becoming more important than ever before to think for yourself, to be a free thinker, to be open-minded, but also to be somewhat closed-minded when it's necessary, because there's just so many different things that people will try to, so many different ways, I should say, that people will try to construct something to get you to believe something that either isn't true or just simply just doesn't make sense. And so that's why, I don't, just not to get too personal here, but something I will say that I've been working on with myself for the past, I'd say 2 months or so, is I'm trying more than ever before to disconnect. Obviously I do YouTube here and I love making videos, and I love, the reason why I love my streams and I love my audience is because I consider us all mostly like-minded, and, I love talking gaming. But after spending so many years and so much time on social media, on the internet, and just kind of being, stuck to it to a degree, it's like the first time in my life, or at least my adult life, where I'm like, you know what, I want to get away from this. Like, I don't want to hear anybody's opinions anymore. I don't want the noise. I don't care. Like, I just want to live my own life and have my own thoughts and have my own opinions, and not constantly feel like I'm under a constant barrage of like, well, here's what this person's saying, and here's what that person's saying, and here's this going on right now, and here's that thing going on right now. It's like, that's okay. That's okay. And granted, it's, again, like, I feel like I get my dose, trust me, doing this and following gaming. I get my dose and then some at times. But that's something I'm working on, because that's the thing, KD, is like, we see so much stuff that just doesn't add up. It just doesn't make sense. And if you try to make sense of it, you start to go a little bit crazy, because you have no choice but to be faced with the reality that we live in a world where a lot of people are totally okay with things not making sense and things being ass backwards, and in many cases, things just being wrong, just flat out wrong. And you would be maybe kind of shocked at how many people are just totally okay with that. And, that's where you have to make the decision for yourself. How are you going to live? How are you going to think? And how are you going to feel? So maybe got a little bit deep there, for sure. A little bit deep, but it's important stuff. I think it's important stuff for everybody to kind of keep in mind and think about. And it's just so funny how we're talking about video game reviews here, but you know, there's a human element to everything we discuss, for sure. And I think that that's really the part that's inescapable. Think about that. There's a human element to almost everything we discuss, and that's what we seemingly can't escape. Very fascinating to think about. So we'll see. We'll see. I did notice that the past week there seems to have been some flack thrown in the direction of the Xbox Series S console, and you know, I'm not getting into that conversation because that is a losing battle, unfortunately. And what I mean by that is it doesn't matter. You know, the Xbox Series S is a console that was made, it's out, and it's been purchased by millions of people. And regardless of what a developer says, what maybe 2 or even 3 developers say, it's here to stay, at least for this generation. And you know that in the future, I'm sure if it got bad enough, I'm sure that Microsoft would be willing to like make exceptions. Like for example, if Rockstar went to Microsoft and said, "We can't get GTA 6 to properly run on the Series S." Like if that ever happened, I don't think that would happen. I think GTA 6 will come out and run fine on the Series S or good enough. But if like a studio like Rockstar said that, I think Microsoft would say, "Oh, okay, I guess if you guys really don't want to, you don't have to." Maybe not. Maybe Microsoft would say, "No, you have to." And then who knows what would happen then. But, you know, it is what it is, man. The thing is, a lot of these games, like you said, you can't have it both ways. A lot of these games do release on PC. And so, simply put, a lot of times the Series S argument for third-party multi-platform games doesn't hold up very well because you then look at the minimum spec requirements for these games on PC. And then that immediately just makes the Series S justified. So I think the Series S will play more, it'll come more into focus in the conversation as the years go on with third party. And we'll see what happens there. Magnet Visuals, you're saying, oh, there will always be room for 30 FPS. The threshold is reality. Magnet Visuals getting a little deep here too, huh? All right. So that concludes my topic for God of War Ragnarok. We live in a society. Yes, we do. That concludes my my discussion on God of War Ragnarok. Everybody in the chat right now, there are 4 different settings for Ragnarok on PS5. Which setting or which mode are you going to be playing it in? You're going to be playing it. I'm curious to know who's going to be playing God of War Ragnarok in fidelity mode. I know quite a few people are going to be playing at 60 FPS. Quite a few people, if they have the ability to do so, are going to be playing at that 120 hertz. Some people 40 FPS. Me personally, I'm going 60 FPS. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting there are polls. Sorry guys. Hold your thoughts. Let me I'm going to put this poll out. Native 4K 30, and then we'll do dynamic 4K 60, and I'll add another option, which will be, what is it, 4K 40 FPS, and then we got, so I'm assuming the resolution for Ragnarok is going to be probably 1080p at 120 hertz, right? Did we get confirmation on that yet? I think everybody's assuming it's going to be 1080p. I'm just going to put 1080p as a, you know. All right, I'm going to put this out. You guys vote. You're saying it's going to be higher? It's higher? Oops. Can I edit it? Oh, I can't even edit the poll. Also, I messed up hertz. I put HTS, isn't it? You guys get the idea. 100. I should just put 120. All right, well, I'll just leave it. You guys get it. You get the point. Just vote on the poll. It's a temporary poll anyway. So, all right. But what I want to move on to and discuss now, let me see. I still have, believe it or not, more topics left. Let me see. So I know we're going to talk more about Silent Hill for a little bit, for sure. Let me see what else I have lined up here. Oh, we're going to talk about the DualSense Edge as well, because we got some big news for that this week. We could talk. See, this is one thing I don't know if I'm going to discuss too much, only because I don't know how much more I have to say about it, but the PS5 is crushing it. And I like, this is going to be literally a topic that lasts probably 2 or 3 minutes, but I kind of just want to mention it here real quick. The PS5 took the September NPD. So, you know, what this means is that the PS5 not only outsold in pure units, both the Switch and the Xbox. The Switch came in second place. The Xbox came in third place. But it also beat them both in dollar sales. And this is kind of a big deal because we may be getting our first glimpse as to what the PS5 can do when there is, I don't want to say no supply constraint, because for as good as September was, believe it or not, these consoles were still selling out. It's just that they were being restocked much more frequently, like way more frequently than we've ever seen. But we're still not quite at that point yet where you can just walk into a store, any store, and just expect a PS5 to be there. We're getting very close though. But I just wanted to highlight this because it's really beginning to look to me that, I don't know, man. I know people think I'm crazy. I think the PS5 is going to break a record. I think it's going to break a record. I think the PS5 is going to pass the PS2. I do. You would think if there was anything that would kill the momentum of the PS5, if there was anything that was going to kill it, it would have been the pandemic. It would have been the fact that this is the slowest start to a new gen we've ever seen. But that's not what the numbers are indicating. That's not like everything we're seeing with the PS5 is that we have yet to really see like what this console can do in terms of sales and just how high the demand can really get. And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the PS5 will easily surpass the PS2. I'm not saying it will be easy, but I just think that if Sony can somehow maintain the momentum, if they can maintain the momentum beyond 2024, and also depending on what type of games they can get, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think they might be able to do it. Because I want you to think about this for a second too. This is worth noting. The PS2, there's a couple things that we want to note here real quick. You're saying PS5s are available now? Really? Well, good. And, oh, you know what? Hold on. There's a few things I want to say here. Do you know what I'm most excited about? Truly. Do you want to know what I'm most excited about with this shortage ending? And I mean, guys, I am very excited. And you should be too. If you are a PlayStation fan, this is great news. The thing I'm most excited about when it comes to the shortage finally ending is the fact that Sony is no longer going to hold back. Although now we have something else taking the shortage's place, which is the CMA. Apparently, the shortage finally ends. Sony's not going to hold back. Never mind. They're going to hold back because of the CMA. But that'll end soon enough as well. So I'm not really worried about that. That's going to be very temporary. But when the shortage is no longer a thing, Sony is not going to hold back anymore. Sony's not going to be afraid to put on the big shows. Sony's not going to be afraid to get people overly hyped and excited and feel like they have to hold things back. when the consoles are there and ready to fly off the shelves, Sony is going to give everybody a reason to go pick one up. This is the exciting thing about this shortage ending for PlayStation fans, because if there's something that I've seen quite a few PlayStation fans say over the past 2 years or so, is how it really seems like Sony's been way too quiet, how it seems like they've been intentionally holding things back, how it seems like they've just been playing it very safe, maybe even too safe. And I've speculated many times before that this has to be because of the shortage. It has to be like they don't want to create the demand, any more demand, because they can't meet it. They can't meet it. Why would you create more demand if you can't meet it? But when you suddenly can meet it, when you suddenly have an influx of consoles that need to be sold, what do you do? What do you do? You get people excited. You give them a reason. So that's very exciting. Mark Tech, you're saying, from what I understand, the 120 FPS mode is a VRR mode that would be the performance mode, but unlocked like with Horizon, and it will run at around 90 FPS. Okay. All right. I didn't know that. Yeah, that actually makes the most sense. And that's still really good. If it can hit like a solid 90 FPS, I mean, yeah, that's not quite 120, but that would still be very impressive. So that'll be cool to see. I mean, I'm sure Digital Foundry is going to have a field day with breaking down God of War, and I'll definitely be interested in seeing that. So thank you for that, Mark. We have subtext saying, still more to learn, but initial take on Final Fantasy 16. So yeah, I watched that new trailer, and you know where I'm at with Final Fantasy 16 right now? I want to see just like a raw gameplay demo, and I know that probably won't happen until we get like a proper state of play, but I'm sold on it. You know, I like what I'm seeing, and it'll be my first time really diving into a mainline Final Fantasy game, but it looks really good. The story looks like pretty dramatic, you know, and really I'm just liking what I'm seeing of the combat so far. And I just want to kind of see more just raw gameplay of what it's going to be like to roam the world. It's going to be open world, correct? If I'm not mistaken. Or no, it's going to be more linear. Yes, I believe it's going to be more linear. I think I covered this before. Maybe wide linear, I think, is what they're going for. And that's really, yeah, like open zone. That's I want to see that. Like, I want to just kind of see some raw, uncut gameplay, because what they've been showing, the small little glimpses of the combat, definitely, and the summons as well, it definitely gets me excited. So I think it's looking really good, dude. And I think it's going to be huge. I think Final Fantasy 16 is going to be absolutely huge for Sony next year. And people are just, they're ready, man. They're ready. But something else I wanted to say real quick before moving on to another topic is I wanted to, just talking about the PS5 sales real quick, when it comes to the PlayStation 2, it's worth noting that what really allowed the PlayStation 2 to hit that 155 million units sold. So for those who don't know, the PS2 is the best-selling console of all time. Nothing has surpassed the PS2, sitting at 155 million units. A big reason for this is the DVD player. You know, a lot of people, believe it or not, bought PlayStation 2s for the DVD player, and the gaming was secondary, and some people didn't even buy it for gaming. And that really, at that time, boosted the PS2 significantly. And it's been speculated that that's why no other console will be able to surpass the PS2, because at the time, the PS2 came out during peak DVD time. You know, this is like when DVDs were a big thing and DVD players were a big thing. And the PS2 was essentially a cheap DVD player. And a lot of people speculated that that's why no other console is going to be able to surpass it. But I don't know, man. Look at the PS4. The PS4 is seemingly ending close to, I forget the exact number, but the PS4 is ending at around close to 120 million units sold. Now, the PS4 was, I mean, it really did some work, right? Like the PlayStation 4, I remember when it launched, there was just so much hype around it, and the games that Sony released just carried it. And the thing is, the PlayStation 5 has just so much more momentum behind it than the PS4 did. It's crazy. That's the thing that gets me very excited about what is possible with the PlayStation 5 in the long run, because the momentum the PS5 has, I could be wrong, but I don't know that another console has ever had this much momentum. And I just want to point out one last time, and I'm going to keep talking about it because I want to see if it comes true. Sony is planning to break records next fiscal year. They're planning on selling more consoles in a single year than any other console in history, including the PS2. That should tell you all you need to know about what Sony's anticipating for the PS5 and the demand. And that's awesome. Like, that's awesome, dude. I love that. Long live console gaming, man. Magnum Visuals, you're saying we don't see limited PS5 plates because of their marketing, where they want to be like Apple with a clean slate positioning their premium price point. That's true. Yeah, I do get that vibe from Sony as well. They like to have that kind of premium Apple-like aura around them. And I think it works, dude. I think it absolutely works. I think Apple is a prime example of people can hate, people can complain, and people can say all they want, but it works. And Apple doesn't change because it works. And Apple stays the same. And by stays the same, I just mean they keep the formula and they continue to, they continue to refine, maybe overly refine in some case, that formula because it works. And that's the thing with Sony, man, is like, I know we talk a lot at times about Microsoft and what they're doing with Game Pass. And sometimes we talk about Nintendo but Sony really is, I think they have the number one thing that Sony has done, in my opinion, is they position the PlayStation brand as the premium place to game. They're the premium brand. They're that's what they are. They're the Apple. They're the HBO. They're whatever you want to call it. And this is why I'm not to bring it up again, but this is why you can tell that most of what Sony is saying and doing with the CMA and the Microsoft Activision Blizzard thing is BS, because Sony knows that. Like, Sony wants to be that. Sony literally said that they don't plan to chase Game Pass. Like, they're doing live service games alongside premium single player games. That's what they're doing. They're not doing Game Pass, but PlayStation's version. And I I hope they're serious about that, because I think that that's what Sony has to do. I think that that's how Sony, I do believe that's the path forward for Sony. I think that Sony has proven that they are a trailblazer, and they've proven what they can do when they're kind of just doing their own thing. And of course, all these companies have to borrow ideas from each other, and they all have to take ideas from each other and iterate on it. I'm not saying that it's all about being truly the first one to do this. But what I mean is, I don't think it's always about like, I'm the first one to create this. Oftentimes, that's actually not what matters most to the bigger picture to most people. What ends up mattering most to most people is not who does it first. Who's the first one to do it right? Who's the first one to do it best? And that's really what ultimately matters. It's about taking something that's a great idea, but also executing it efficiently and effectively and in the best possible way. And that's what matters most to people. And that's where I think that's Sony's greatest strength. Sony, they have proven that they can take ideas that have already existed, and they can do it better. And I think that that's one of the reasons why I have a little bit of confidence, or maybe a decent amount of confidence, in their approach to live service games, because it's like we're seeing Sony do it again, where live service is not Sony's idea, but this is their first time tackling this idea. Let's see how they execute it, So yeah, I still consider Sony as a company, or PlayStation, I should say, as a platform, a leader. I do. And I hope it stays that way. I hope Sony continues to lean into their strengths. And I want to see them diversify. I want to see them continue to make sure there are as little chinks in the armor as possible. and obviously improve their weak spots because they do have weaknesses. But what attracts me to the most to PlayStation as a platform is the fact that they do frequently lean into their strengths. And look at God of War Ragnarok. Absolute perfect example of that's PlayStation, right? Like that right there, in my opinion, is what defines PlayStation. And it's coming and it's looking great. And it's really all I want from Sony. Not all I want, but that is the main draw for me. So, yeah, didn't mean to kind of go on that little tangent there, but this is why I get so excited because people wonder, like, why do I want to see the PlayStation 5 console sell well? Like, why does that matter to me? It doesn't matter to me in the sense, like, I'm not a Sony stockholder, like, I'm not like, oh, I want to just see them make all the money. It's not about that. It's simply because I want to see the platform be as successful as it possibly can be. And as somebody who is invested into it, as somebody who is, looking forward to what else is coming, to this platform. That's why it matters to me. And the better the PS5 does, the better it sells. The better, I'm telling you, like the better the games they're going to be. The more games we're going to get, the more support it's going to get. All these things go hand in hand. So anyway, I wanted to just make you guys aware of that. We are talking about Silent Hill now, okay? And I want to specifically focus on Silent Hill 2 Remake. So first, I want to start this conversation by asking everybody in the chat, what do you think about Silent Hill 2 Remake? Now, I'll tell you, if you watched, I don't know how many people here did watch my live reaction to the stream, to the showcase, but if you did, you'll know that I loved what I saw. I think Silent Hill 2 Remake looks amazing. And it's interesting because this was one of those times where I really liked what I saw. I was very excited about it. And even at the time, most people in my chat were saying, like, this looks really good to them. I did see a lot of people in my chat at the time basically flexing, like, PlayStation 5 exclusive, haha, not coming to Xbox. I think that's pretty silly. I don't think I think it's okay to be excited that it's coming to PlayStation as an exclusive if you're a fan, but I don't know that we need to be like kind of rubbing it in. I feel like that's just kind of, like that's, to me, that's kind of silly where it's like, look, tough break if you're an Xbox fan who happens to love Silent Hill 2. You could probably play it on PC and it will likely eventually come to Xbox. But to me, what surprised me a little bit was there was a little bit of discourse surrounding some of the changes made to specifically James in Silent Hill 2 Remake, specifically his face and the facial expressions. And I saw people putting out pictures, like comparisons of James. This is, the original Silent Hill 2. He's looking in the mirror versus what he looks like in the remake, and people basically saying that the remake looks terrible. And I actually disagree with this. I think that this is a situation where people are failing to realize that they're trying to add a new layer of depth to this character. And I will always maintain this. You ready? I will always maintain this sentiment when it comes to remakes. Just like I remember when Resident Evil 4 Remake was first announced, there was a lot of trepidation. There were a lot of people that were like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know that they should try to remake this. They could mess it up. So many things could go wrong. I'll always say, if a remake is going to happen, I'm okay with it. I mean, as long as it feels like it's a game that's worth remaking, of course. And a game like Resident Evil 4, I think, is a game like Silent Hill 2. Obviously, these are older games that have not gotten like remakes at all yet. I will always maintain that I think it's okay. Even if they mess it up. I don't want them to mess it up, but worst case scenario, if they completely screw up a remake, you still have the original. It's not going anywhere. It will always be there. So if your main concern is that, oh man, they might ruin a game I love. No, they're not. They can't ruin it because the game that you love still exists. It's right there. It can't go anywhere. And I will always say that, because that's why I do not mind. Frankly, I don't mind if developers want to do things like this, right? Like when I look at Silent Hill 2 Remake, I actually really appreciate what they're doing with James, because when I was looking at, again, I was rewatching the trailer and, seeing the extra emotion, like just all that emotion that you could tell to a degree was there in their original. And the big thing that I've seen people saying, and I kind of get this, and I don't want to get into spoiler territory here, but one of the arguments that some people were making, and I think that this is a good argument, it is a good argument, and it does hold up, is they were saying, like, there's a reason why in the original Silent Hill 2, James has this kind of less expressive tone in a way. Like, he seems kind of like, you get the sense that something's wrong with this guy here. Like, something isn't right. Something isn't right. But, and you could say it was due to the technical limitations, but most, people are saying it's due to a story reason. Like, you don't want, like, there's a big revelation in the game, and some people are afraid that with how expressive James is in the remake, that it might end up making it too obvious or giving too much away to the player. And I think that's a fair point, actually, where it's like, yeah, you do have to consider the story implications of having this newfound, this newfound expression in the character. And that will be interesting to see how they handle that, because if that is something that they actually could kind of mess up a little bit. But still, I love what I see of Silent Hill 2, and I feel like they kind of teased some, I guess you could say, more significant changes to the combat, and they kind of showed a little bit in the trailer, and I really want to see that. I really want to see just like some raw gameplay, seeing how it looks over the shoulder. That's something I'm very excited about, because I really do feel that having that over the shoulder view in Silent Hill 2 Remake could be a massive difference maker. Like, that, I think, is one of the biggest things that could change, just really justify, I think, this remake in its entirety. But I want to see how the combat is as well. And yeah, I will say, you guys know, if you've been following me for some time, you'll know that I was always very nervous about Bloober Team being the ones to remake Silent Hill 2. And, we're not completely out of the woods yet. We do have to see more, but I'm feeling pretty confident. I am. I'm feeling confident. I think that they're going to nail it. And if they don't, at the very least, from what I can tell, it looks like it's going to be high quality. It looks like they are putting a lot into it. And something I do want to mention as well, and this kind of went under the radar a little bit, is I think this game is going to be coming out a lot sooner than we think, because it was revealed that they've been developing this, I think, for like close to 3 years now. So this game, I think, is in the final stretch or close to it. And, talking about Silent Hill more broadly now, right? Talking a little bit more about the stream itself. We got a couple different Silent Hill reveals, and I know people are kind of like making fun of me a little bit, where they're like, oh, I can't wait to see MBG kind of, have a meltdown because Kojima isn't involved. And I will admit, like, I'm not going to deny that for well over a year now, I've been saying that I think Kojima is involved and I would love Kojima to be involved. But at the same time, I can't say that I'm like completely shocked that he's not. I can't say that. I can't say that it's like the most shocking revelation. It's really not. It's to me, it's kind of become clear that Kojima's he is actually just doing his own thing. And he's not involved with Konami. He's not involved with Silent Hill. And that's okay. I will say I have identified why I'm disappointed, and I want to explain it to you, because if you watched my live stream of the Silent Hill event, some people were a little bit upset. They're like, dude, like Silent Hill F, that trailer looks really good, man. Like, why are you why are you seemingly so upset about it, or you're so focused on the developer? And, some people were taking that as, oh, it's because it's not Kojima, right? Like, that's why you're so upset. That's why you're so disappointed. And actually, it's part of it, but not really. After putting more thought into it, here's what it is. So my expectations, and I want to preface this really quick. You're saying you just didn't seem hyped. It's not that I wasn't hyped. It's that there was something missing. And I'm going to tell you, to me, what was missing. And I know I don't want to sound entitled. I understand that it may come off as entitled, but it's just me being honest in what my expectations were. And I want to make that clear. I also want to preface this and give this context by saying Konami did confirm that we did not see everything relating to Silent Hill. They did confirm that they do have more Silent Hill projects that were not revealed yet. And that was something that Konami's producer wanted to emphasize. So there's more coming. And that's something we might want to pay attention to. But I'm going to tell you. And also, I do want to say that I was still very excited. All right. It's not like I was angry and like yelling like that sucked or this was terrible. No, it's just, I'm going to tell you what, to me, there was one thing missing. And the reason why Kojima is involved in this conversation, I saw somebody put out something. I think it was a tweet not too long after the showcase, and I just like randomly came across it. And what they said was, for as good as that stuff was that we saw in the Silent Hill showcase, and I'm paraphrasing the tweet, obviously, and everything that we did see, there still wasn't anything that was on the same level as what we got with PT and what we saw with the first Silent Hills trailer. And the closest thing, possibly, when it comes to getting a teaser trailer, was Silent Hill F. But that stuck to me because I thought to myself, I think that's true, actually. For as great as Silent Hill 2 Remake looks and as excited as I am for it, it's like, it's a remake. It's not a new Silent Hill game. For as interesting as Annapurna Interactive, how interesting their game called Silent Hill Townfall is, it's just a giant tease of what seems to be a more interactive type Silent Hill game. And then Silent Hill Ascension, for as unique and interesting as that concept is, that's not something I'm necessarily hyped for. And then you have the movie, and then Silent Hill F. You'll notice that the reason why I seem to my tune seemed to change a little bit after Silent Hill F was simply because it felt like that was supposed to be and it is apparently, it's been confirmed, if I'm not mistaken, that Silent Hill F is the big new mainline Silent Hill game. And some people are speculating that F is short for 5 or flower, or it's a musical note. And that the only thing that bothered me wasn't the trailer, because I thought the trailer was great. You're saying it looked more like a concept than a game still. The trailer was great. The thing that really, I'm going to be honest, the thing that really kind of took me by surprise was the developer who was making it, only because I'm going to be honest, I was anticipating that there was going to be some big reveal of a big, well-known, prominent Japanese development team that was handling Silent Hill F, and that didn't happen. We actually got the opposite of that. We got Neobards. And apparently, after doing a little bit of research on Neobards, they are a very technically talented development team, but they are not like they're seemingly developing they're involved with everything regarding the technical side of things. And apparently they're very good at what they do. So I have more confidence for sure. And a lot of people were talking about the writer, which I keep forgetting his name, but he's a very prominent, well-known, well-respected Japanese horror writer. And people are saying that this game alone is going to be good just because of that. So that definitely made me feel a lot better. But I won't lie to you. I still feel like that kind of rings true, where people wonder why I got so excited about the idea of Kojima making a Silent Hill game. Why were people so excited about PT? Why were people so excited about the first Silent Hills trailer that we got from Kojima Productions? It was because and you guys tell me if you agree or disagree with this, but to me, the feeling I got is, holy crap, like this is going to be like the biggest and best, like highest produced, highest quality Silent Hill game that we've ever gotten. That's the feeling I got when Kojima Productions was involved. And not just like, oh, bigger is always better, but just knowing the talent is because of that. Because Kojima doesn't really do small things, right? Like Kojima, he makes big games and he's very good at it. And I think that prospect is what elevated PT so much. And Silent Hills is that we're going to see a version of Silent Hill that we've never seen before, and it's going to be huge. Now, I'm not saying Kojima is the only one capable of doing that. Far from it. But I just ultimately didn't get that feeling. I didn't get that feeling with Silent Hill F. And for as prominent as the writer is, I have to be honest, I'm not familiar with his work. A lot of people were telling me I should check him out. And I probably would really like it if it's as good as everybody's saying. And it does give me a lot of confidence. You know, I trust what people are saying. They're like saying, dude, look, trust me, this writer, he's going to be the difference maker of this game. And that I trust that. I just, you know, I do just kind of, I have to be honest in saying that I ultimately left that stream feeling that the big, like, you know, triple A, like this is the biggest and best version of Silent Hill that's ever going to be made by a prominent Japanese developer, whether it was Kojima or not. Yeah, I did feel like that wasn't there. And it did leave me feeling a little bit disappointed because I wanted that, you know, truthfully, I wanted that. Even when we heard about the rumors, guys, when we covered the rumors, I talked about Silent Hill 2 Remake and I said, hey, I'm willing to give Bluebird Team a chance. You know, Silent Hill 2 is a big game, man, a legendary game. Let's see what they can do. Hopefully they don't mess it up. Annapurna Interactive. Okay, sure. Interactive Silent Hill game. I'm cool with that. I'll be willing to check it out. But the thing you guys know that I was fixed on most was the new Silent Hill game and how I was under the impression that there was a big developer involved in it. And I've seen some people saying like, dude, we got to give smaller studios a chance. And I agree. I absolutely agree. Like I do not, the only way a studio can become bigger and better is by, you know, doing just that, by taking on bigger projects, by proving themselves. And I'm always an advocate for that. But I just really was taken aback when I was like, oh, Neobards, who's that? And then I saw, oh, the last game they made was REverse. And guys, the thing that I still can't get over, and I'm going to have to see it to believe it. Truthfully, I have to see it to believe it. The thing I still can't get over is the more I looked into Neobards, the more it became just clear that they're not just a support studio. They're like what would you call it? I can't think of the word right now, but they're a studio that's focused on the tech, on the engine, right? Like they're not as far as I could tell, they're not a full-blown development team that's comprised of every aspect that a development team would need to make a full-blown game. And I don't know what you would call that type of developer. I'm sure there's a word for it that I'm not thinking of right now. And that's what's still like I'm still having a hard time. Believing that this is the only studio involved with this game, because it's just difficult for me to believe, because it's like, a production developer. Is that what I've heard? Stuff like tech house before, but not specific to them. Yeah, and that's the thing is, it's like everything they've done, everything they've worked on, it's been to support Capcom. It's been to support other engines and other games. So I'm not saying that I want to sit here and continue the theories and go down more rabbit holes. But all I'm going to say is this. I'll say two things for Silent Hill F. Number one, right now, I'm 95%, maybe 90%. I'll say 90%. I'm taking everything for face value or at face value. Neobarge is the one making it. Okay. You have a great writer involved. Okay. That gets me excited. The trailer, even though it was a teaser and not really indicative of any gameplay necessarily, I like the fact that they're taking it to Japan. A lot of big changes coming with Silent Hill. I love it. I love that aspect of it. I'm really sold on what this game could be for sure. And I need to see more. I definitely need to see more, and I need to be sold on the studio and not necessarily the writer, but I need to be sold on the studio, and I need to see gameplay, and I really need to see something that's going to make me fully lean into, okay, Silent Hill F, Neobards, let's do it, you know? The other 10% though, and this is the second thing I want to say, the other 10%, there is a part of me, about 10% of me, that looks at this. I feel like something is off. I feel like something is like I'm missing something. And I'm finding it difficult to fully believe. And the one thing that is kind of sticking out in my mind right now that allows this 10% to still exist is the fact that Konami themselves said that they have not yet revealed everything, that there is more that they're going to be talking about. The fact that Silent Hill, the short message, was rated and we heard nothing about it. We still have no idea what it is. And the fact that we still have no word on what this rumored Sakura PT-like demo was. Now, I heard a rumor that apparently it may have been canceled, and that is very interesting to me if true, because maybe, just maybe, it turns out that if this was what Konami was planning, we're going to do PT again, but without Kojima. Maybe at the last minute, they realize maybe that's a really stupid idea. Maybe we should just cancel this demo because it doesn't matter what this demo is. It doesn't matter who's making it. If it's not Kojima, people are going to think PT2 or people are going to be reminded of PT. And that could really, if Kojima's not involved with Konami at all, that could, I think, really only serve to hurt the Silent Hill comeback. So, you know, subtext, you're saying Dusk Golem answered my tweet question about Neobards, and he said Team Silent are the lead still. Well, that disturbs me a little bit. See, that to me, if that's true, if we can trust Dusk Golem and what he's saying, there's still something very strange about that. Don't you think? Why would you not advertise that? Why would you not put that front and center where the original Team Silent? That's a big deal if true. That's absolutely a big deal where the next mainline Silent Hill game is being led by most of the original Team Silent. In other words, the people who made the most relevant and most highly regarded, Silent Hill games. It doesn't make much sense to me. And I just, again, I'm not full blown. It's only 10% of me at this point, guys. Only because, again, once I see more and I see the proof right there, like this is the gameplay, this is the studio, and this is how it is, man. And then also, I want to add this. Once we see Kojima's next game announced, I have to add that to this. I do believe more than ever before that the next game we're getting from Kojima, or the next game announcement, is going to be Death Stranding 2. I do think it's going to happen at the Game Awards. I do think it's going to be it will be a PlayStation exclusive. And that's what I think. That's what I think we're getting from Kojima. But we still do not have every single piece of the puzzle. And I just want to say, people were tagging me and they were pointing out, they're like, dude, check this out. Jeff Keighley's retweeting PT, or Jeff Keighley's tweeting out PT, like a picture of PT right after the Silent Hill showcase. And then Hideo Kojima retweeted it. And it's like, I want to move on and you're not letting me. You know what I mean? It's like, guys, you don't know how hard I'm working now to just accept that this is what it is. You don't know how hard, Kojima, you don't know how hard, Jeff Keighley, I'm trying to just believe that, yes, your next game from Kojima Productions will be Death Stranding 2, and I am totally happy and okay with this, and you're not letting me. Please just let me move on. I see somebody saying Kojima's not involved, man. Let that ship sail, homie. Don't get me wrong, dude. I saw somebody say, don't lose any sleep over at MBG, and I want to make it crystal clear. I'm absolutely not. In fact, this is the only time I've thought about it or discussed it since the showcase happened. So I'm not. I just don't want people to think that I'm in the same mode or the same frame of mind that I was last year, where I'm just absolutely convinced that he's going to be part of Silent Hill and that Kojima Productions is going to be heavily involved. I do think there might still be something Konami's hiding. I'm not banking on that having anything to do with Kojima Productions. But you have to admit, like, that's a bit trolly, is it not? It's a bit trolly for both Jeff Keighley and Kojima to be putting PT stuff out there on the day of the Silent Hill showcase. Like, come on, man. Like, we're trying to move on and you're not letting us. I see Dale saying I'm the only clown who believes now. Dale saying he's the only clown that believes now. Well, you know what? We'll see. You know how the saying goes, guys. You know how the saying goes, and that is, it's not over till the fat lady sings. In this case, I'm not sure who the fat lady is, and I'm not sure like how that is necessarily applicable, but it's not over yet. That's the point. Like, it's and I'm only saying that because we still don't have all the answers. I've even seen some people saying that the reason why we didn't get the Silent Hill Sakura demo or the Silent Hill short message demo was because Sony was supposed to release that during their showcase that they apparently canceled or delayed. And it is worth noting that that is seemingly the only major thing that was just missing, completely gone. And, you know, again, that's not something I'm going to sit here and read too much into and be like, oh, this is it. That's all the evidence I need. No, I will say, I want to say this, and this is the final thing I want to say on Silent Hill for right now, because I think this is the most important thing to say. We've went years without getting anything official for Silent Hill, and it is just really awesome, I think, to go from that to getting a full-blown Silent Hill showcase from Konami, where Konami is putting their full, at least you would assume, their full might behind this franchise again. And regardless of who's developing Silent Hill F, I love that trailer, dude. And I want to see more of it. I'm very much excited to see more of it. I love that there are multiple games in development. I love that they're doing a new movie. I love that we're getting Silent Hill 2 Remake. I mean, I'm going to just be honest. It's the icing on the cake that it happens to be a PlayStation exclusive. Like, I will say, if I, as a Silent Hill fan, was on Xbox right now and I saw that that's what Sony was getting, I would absolutely go buy a PS5 the day this game launches to play it. And so there is a lot here to be very excited about. And I don't want that 10% of me that I just discussed to downplay that or to get in the way of that, because that 10% at this point is pretty irrelevant and will only be relevant again if something weird happens. And right now, nothing weird has happened. Instead, we've just gotten good news for Silent Hill. Exciting news. And my God, it is a great time to be a survival horror fan. I also want to move. I'm going to segue directly into, and I think this is going to be the final thing I discuss, but I have to talk about it a little bit more. That Resident Evil 4 remake gameplay showcase, my lord. Wow. Let's just talk about that for a moment here. There are just those times when you kind of imagine in your head, like when you hear about a game getting remade or a remake, like a full remake, you kind of have a vision in your mind of what that game could look like what they could do to it. And it's like your dream remake of a game. And when I tell you that Resident Evil 4, that gameplay and everything we saw is literally the dream that I imagined, the dream that I dreamt in my head, I mean it. That gameplay looks absolutely phenomenal. And I have to really tip my hat to Capcom and specifically the development team that's handling this remake, because they are knocking it out of the park. They are absolutely knocking it out of the park. And I love it, dude. I love this. Like, this to me is just so good. It's so good. I mean, I feel so happy that, dude, I'm getting God of War Ragnarok in just a couple weeks. After that, I'm getting the Callisto Protocol, which it was rumored that the Callisto Protocol was going to be delayed into next year, which would have been so disappointing, but it's not delayed. Instead, it went gold. So we got the Callisto Protocol in December. We have Dead Space Remake in January, which also looks amazing, dude. Looks amazing. And then Resident Evil 4 Remake in March, and I can only assume potentially Silent Hill 2 Remake later in 2023. I mean, dude, I'm happy. I'm a happy gamer. I'm a happy gamer, man. And I feel like that's just something I want to highlight here. So the survival horror genre is one of my favorite. I'm trying to think if it's my favorite genre of game. I think it might be, man. I mean, I love action games, I do, but survival horror games, I don't know. I think it might be my favorite. I've always been so attracted to that type of experience, even as a kid. I remember when I was really young with Resident Evil 1 and 2, I was so attracted to those games, but I was terrified to play them. I got to admit, when I was younger, I did not want to play them. Like, I wanted to play them, but I was too scared to play them. And I would usually watch other people play it. And I always felt like so annoyed because I'm like, God, even if I did play it, I felt like I couldn't play it alone. I was so scared, but I kind of loved that about it. Like, I think I was just so attracted to the idea that there is this genre of game that evokes such a strong feeling and such a strong emotion. I was just naturally attracted to it. And as I got older, obviously I'll admit, I still get scared, right? Like, it's been a while since I played a good horror game, but when I do, if I'm playing it alone in the dark with headphones on, yeah, I'll get shook, I mean, I'm not going to like run out of the room or anything like that, but well, then again, I don't know. I've never played horror in VR. I never tried that. That to me sounds next level, and that I'm excited to try. But I just wanted to take a moment here. I had to gush a little bit about the comeback that survival horror is making and how I couldn't be happier to see that. And I feel like there's just good times ahead for all of gaming in general. If there's anything that I'm concerned about, if there's anything I'm worried about right now, it's how are we going to pay for all these games, guys? Where are we going to find the time to play all these games? Because starting now, it's kicking off now, and it's only going to get crazier as we go into 2023. And it seems like it's too much. And it's a good problem to have, but it's still a problem nonetheless. Kipford, you're saying I'm dying on the hill. I believe Kojima's involved. And you know what, man? I want to die. Like, it's not that I'm still on the hill. It's just I'm on the hill, but I don't know that I still believe. That's all. I want to make it known that I'm still there, man. Like there's a part of me that's still, I know I sound like I am a clown when I say it, right? Like I do have the clown wig on, metaphorically speaking, and I'm putting the clown makeup on, but I'm not fully convinced. I'm not. It's just that even though I'm on that hill, I can't say that I still believe necessarily. And I feel like if I die on this hill, I'm going to die in vain, unfortunately. But I'm still there, man. I haven't abandoned my post just yet. But I will say, Kipford, if come what is it, December 8th, I think the Game Awards happen. If Kojima announces Silent Hill, if Kojima announces Death Stranding 2, we're gonna leave the hill then, right? Like we can officially leave the hill and be like, this is over. That's it. We gotta take the flag out, put it over our shoulder, and head home, right? Because I swear, people are still saying to me if Death Stranding 2 gets announced at the Game Awards and people are still like, I still believe, I'm going to be a little worried for you guys. I'm going to be a little worried. Axis Hawk, you're saying, out of topic, but have you played Modern Warfare 2 campaign? I did touch on this briefly earlier. I have not. I'm passing on Call of Duty this year. So I have not played it. Right now, I'm just preparing myself for Ragnarok. And you know what? That was off topic, but there is one last thing I want to discuss with you guys, because this is going on as a very long podcast here, but there's one last thing I want to discuss with you guys. And this to me is pretty important. So we talked about Konami having their big showcase for Silent Hill. Can we just take a moment here to talk about Metal Gear Solid? Okay. Metal Gear Solid, as many of you probably know by now, is my favorite video game series of all time. And I saw so many people after the Silent Hill showcase saying, okay, Konami, now do Metal Gear. And I don't know that we could get like a full showcase for Metal Gear. I think Metal Gear is a lot trickier for Konami because of, let's face it, Metal Gear Solid is Hideo Kojima, and we heard the rumors of multiple remasters and apparently a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. So I guess at this point, I am wondering when we're going to start to see Konami talk about the big comeback for Metal Gear Solid in the same way that they're talking about Silent Hill, because it was confirmed, at least in a rumor, if the rumor's true, that Konami is taking a similar approach to Metal Gear Solid and to Castlevania as they are with Silent Hill. Like, these are their big 3 tentpole, big AAA franchises. And I have no doubt that they're going to want to make a big splash for Metal Gear. I mean, Metal Gear Solid is bigger than Silent Hill, quite significantly. So I do wonder what's going on there. And I just kind of wanted to say that I hope Konami's, I say Konami weird sometimes. I hope Konami starts talking a little bit about Metal Gear, because I'm very interested in learning about what they're planning with that. And, I will say this. There was a rumor with the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake that apparently Hideo Kojima is involved with consultation on that project. Now, that was a rumor. We don't have confirmation of that, but I think that would go a very long way in being able to kind of quiet down the fears of Metal Gear Solid fans and how Konami could really mess it up. So, and for those wondering, for anybody who is maybe not familiar with Metal Gear, the reason why they would choose to remake Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater first is because in the timeline of Metal Gear, that's the first game. Metal Gear Solid 3 is the very first game in the timeline, based in the 60s, plays younger Big Boss. Amazing game. Absolutely masterpiece of a game. And that is a game, believe me when I tell you, that is a game that if it's being remade, you will see me reach a new level of do not fuck it up. Okay? And I know that I said earlier, I know I'm being a bit hypocritical here, but I'm only human. I know that I said earlier, oh, the worst thing about a remake is if they mess it up, the original still exists. Yes, but for me, Metal Gear Solid 3, I don't know why any Metal Gear Solid game, it feels a little bit different to where it's like, guys, don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Please. I can't take it. You can't do that. Don't mess it up. And it would be just so heartbreaking to see so many great remakes. Demon Souls, Dead Space, Resident Evil 4 Remake, even what we're seeing with Silent Hill 2. Imagine if like they come out with their first remake trailer or the first trailer for Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake and it just looks terrible. I'd be so heartbroken. So we'll see, guys. We'll see. But you know what? That does it. That is all I have. This was an incredibly long podcast. I'm not sure where all of this came from. I feel particularly relaxed today. Maybe that's what it is. But I enjoyed this. I did. Kitford, you're saying we won't need to leave because it's happening, LOL. I hope you're right, dude. I really hope you're right. That would be amazing. So before I head out, as always, I want to extend a big thank you to everybody who tuned into this episode of the podcast, hung out with me today. You're saying MVG had them edibles. No, actually. Do you know what I did take for the past 2 nights in a row? It's called Natural Calm. It's actually a magnesium supplement. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of it. I think it's magnesium citrate, if I'm not mistaken. And I've been just, drinking some tea at night, mixing a little bit of that in. And I think it's been helping me. It just makes me feel more relaxed, less agitated, less anxiety. And I think it's been helping. So no edibles for me. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out with me and continuing to show your support for what I do here. I did quite a few streams this past week. I'm definitely starting to feel a little bit of the burnout, I guess you could say. And I have no idea what to expect this upcoming week. Like, I think it's safe to say that we're not going to be getting any announcements quite on the level of what we got this past week. But we'll see. We'll see what starts to pop up. Again, everybody be careful with the God of War Ragnarok spoilers out there. They are out there. So, enter any social media or peruse any social media at your own risk. And I'll keep the content flowing as best I can throughout the week. So big shout out to every single person who donated a super chat, every person who donated a super chat during any of my streams this past week. Huge support from you guys. Really couldn't thank you enough. Big shout out to my channel members. Want to give a shout out here to my Play Has No Limits Plus tier. So shout out to Josh Z, Agile Ice 24, Skin Tight Salmon, RU46 N2 Ray, Whiskey Gaming, Pragmaticat, Hidden Leaf Tutaka, Nakamichi, D Luffy, Big Norman 0518, Padsy, and PlayStation Pete. We also have the Play Has No Limits tier. Shout out to Michael McCon, Big Norman 0518, MBG 9505, DG Ad, Rune Gasoden, Space Gambler Jr., Lady K, Black Waifus, Kevin Kahan, John Renzi, Zanarkan Blitzer, JD TV, Josh McGill, Sir Speaks a Lot, Ashorty Faye, Shaky Shako, Tyson Webb 509, and Black Manta 1989. Really appreciate the continued support you guys show me month over month at those highest tiers. And obviously a big shout out to all of my regular members as well. The last thing I'm going to ask of you guys before heading out is to hit that like button. Maybe we could get to 500 likes. And before I forget, because I don't want to forget, big shout out to Devil Shooter for every week doing the timestamps for the podcast. The community obviously benefits greatly from those timestamps. He usually gets those timestamps out within the first 24 hours of the stream being up. So thank you for that, Devil Shooter. If you see him in the comments, make sure you give him your thanks. But that does it. That's Press X Podcast, episode 131. in the books. So I'm gonna go. Enjoy the rest of my Sunday. I hope you guys do the same, and that does it. Until next time, guys. Take care.